Heidi ho, neighbors. If you know what that's from, you're obviously probably a Gen X or older. KJ's starting it off with a Starry 30. Garrett barks 38. Hey, Goat Milk, welcome. Run down the list real quick while everybody's getting stuff in. You got VMC, Billy, Garrett, KJ, 74, VMC, Jim Thompson, Jolly, Roger, welcome. Mike Schleiz, BH, welcome. Joe Minnick, Bellows Forge. Alright, let's go back and get some of these drinks. I had BH with the Dr. Pepper Cream Soda 26. And we had Jim Thompson with the Dr. Pepper Cherry 36. Brian with Dr. Pepper Cream Soda 39. And we got Jim with the Dr. Pepper Cherry 36. Oh, I already got you. I don't know why I said it again. New Marshall, Pepsi Cherry 36. Everybody's going 36 tonight. Let's see. We got Roy Hathaway with Mountain Dew 36. And Joe is 7-Up Tropical Zero 38. And 74 says Mountain Dew 26. And where was I? Bellows with the Black Cherry 38. Wow, hoy, hoy. Roy Hathaway just sent 20 gift memberships to everybody that's going to be in the chat. Congratulations if you get one. I'll go through the names here in a minute. Mike Schleiz, Fresca Peach 40. Mark Spafford, Pepsi Cherry 38. Gotta turn that down, I think. Let's see. Welcome, Coin Cody. Hey, NC. Vincent, Sprite 035. And we got Billy with Dr. Pepper Coconut 39. And Smoker is a Fanta Orange 36. Coin Cody, Mountain Dew 039. AG says Mountain Dew 40. VMC says Fresca Peach 23. Jolly says Dr. Pepper Cherry 39. Gregory G, Mountain Dew 045. Let's see. Where was I? $74. William E. Black Cherry 43. I moved my thing and it shot all the way up. Let's see. Got AG. Jolly 39 Dr. Pepper Cherry. Alright, got yours. Gregory G. Got 74. William E said Blackberry 43. Yeah, got that. There we go. Yenny Mountain Dew 039. Gatita Pepsi 042. And Roy Hathaway donated 20 memberships, which went to Jolly Roger, Indigenous Treasures, Doug Harding, James Schultz, Kudu the Other White Meat, BW3808, welcome, Coin Quester, 949 Designs, Lisa D, Quinn and Around, Pete Johnson, Eagle Hoarder, M. Perez, Miguel, Dasmus Justin, Jolly Roger, good evening. I already said that though, but Joey Brown. Let's see who. Littlefoot got one. JJ's got one. Current JJ's Currency. We got two JJ's. Natalie Peters, John Chum, Shocked Kitten. So you now have stuff that you can play with. Still getting some of the drinks as I'm going through, so bear with me. We'll go through everything at the make sure everybody got on. It gets going kind of quick, so Queen Cody, yes, I got yours. Got Michael Rose, Sprite 039. Tim Ivans, Fanta Orange 38. I hate that. Stupid thing, I scroll down one time and it shoots all the way up to the bottom. I gotta figure out where the crap I was. Got Michael Rose, there's yours. Tita Pepsi 042, got yours. And hello, everybody saying hi. I'm just trying to find all the drinks and yours. So bear with me. John Chum says Fresca Peach 24. Jimmy Licari, Fanta Orange 39. I like how you tag that. It makes it easier to see. Oh my hell. There we go. Alright. So I see we already have a 25. We're also going to do a different start. We have a start a stream. So let's do the 25 light giveaway to get that started. And we'll see who I've got. I'm going to read the names. If I read your name, I have a year and drink. If you do not hear your name at the end when I say that's all I have, then please tag me with your drink and year so I can see it. Starting off, we have AG 74th, Bellows, BH, Queen Cody, Garrett C, Gatita, Jim Thompson, Jimmy Licari, Joe Minnick, Jolly Roger, John Chum, KJ, Vincent, Roy Hathaway, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, New Marshall, Smoker, Tim Ivans, VMC, Yenny, Mark Spafford, Brian Robinson, Billy SCGP, William E., and Gregory G. Nope, you're still good to guess, Kathy. So if you did not hear your name in that list, or you think you may not have heard it, throw your drink and year, and you're still able to get on the list. And it is best to tag. I know if you're on a phone it's hard, but if you're on a computer, please tag. Makes it easier for me to see it. But I know I'm usually on the phone, so I understand how it's a little bit difficult. And if you double tap the screen, if you're on a phone, it will throw a like on there. Again, AG74 Bellows BH, Queen Cody, Garrett C, Gatita, Jim Thompson, Jimmy Licari, Joe Minnick, Jolly Roger, John Chum, KJ, Vincent Caparini, Roy Hathaway, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, New Marshall, Smoker, Tim Ivins, VMC, Yenny, Mark Spafford, Brian Robinson, Billy SCGP, William E, and Gregory G. Kathy Keith says Sprite 0. Did you put a year in? I don't think I saw one if you did. And Kathy says 40. Okay. I'm going to open this back up because we're still kind of going through these all. So exclamation GAW if you have not entered and want to be entered for a copper round. Winterwolf, no hunt for nickel, you be poor forever. Littlefoot says 38 barks. Exclamation GAW if you have not entered. You can still get in. Alyssa is 38 Fresca Peach. Very good. I'm not going to read the names again, but if you think I may not have seen it or you want to make sure, just put that in. Drink of the night. These are the choices if you're new. These are all the ones I have cold in my fridge, and I've already got one out. Sorry, NC, no cheer wine. But I can do 57 for you. If that's what you want. Jimmy says he's new here. I'm sure. We got 20 new members and Mountain Dew 57. Alrighty. I know people are still coming in, so get that exclamation GAW. And if you've come in and you have not guessed your drink of the night that I'm drinking, Argent says Fanta Orange 39. We can get that in. And these are all to get your name on the wheel of names that we do throughout the night. So if your drink or whatever is chosen, you don't win, but you do get your name on the wheel of names for a chance to win a copper round. Anybody else? Nay, Dale, Dr. Pepper Cream Soda. You have a year? Lynn Zeller, Fresca Peach 56, welcome. Dale Nottingham. Did you put a year? I didn't see it if you did. I'm going to close it up here in just a minute. Not bad, Dale. Did you want to guess the oldest coin of the box? I didn't see a year for you. So if you want to throw the oldest coin of the box of these nickels, you can still get in on that. I got your drink, but I didn't get the year. Chris Helms says 39. Do you have a drink you want to guess? Silverman Fanta Orange 39. Mountain Dew Zero, we're all ready. Maybe Dale's just guessing that there's not going to be any nickels in the box. Just kidding. All right. Hey, Tyler. Exclamation GAW is going on if you want to get in. I'm about to close that up. So hit that if you are still wanting to get in on that drawing. And I've got a second thing I'm going to do tonight. So everybody that's on the list of giveaway GAW is also going to be on this other one that I'm going to do. We're going to do a duck race after this one. All right. And I am on live chat, just so you know. Okay. Right now it says we've got 34 names. We're going to go over here. We're going to close the entries. Should have plenty enough time to enter by now. We're going to pick a winner. Elissa. You got the 25 like. I do have the normal sheet that I can always show you. I also go through them at the end of the night. You probably know the drill by now, but anyway, there you go. And while I'm doing this, I'm just going to put it back over here and have to find where I'm at. There we go. History. I'm going to be off the screen, won't be able to see anything for just a minute, so bear with me. Gotta find, there we go. I'm typing names, so like I said, if you're on a chat, I won't see you for a minute. And I'm still here, don't worry. Stupid thing. I should have done it before I did that, but I learned my lesson for this. Almost done, I swear. And I think there's one more. Yes. And for those of you who are new, I'll get you some points and stuff here in a minute. Now I can bring it back over here. All you hear is clickety click. And we're doing a start of stream one. And I'm going to throw everybody that was on that list and the ones I see. I think everybody else was already on there, but all right, so I'll show you what I have. We have a duck race we're going to do. I put everybody that was on that other list. Right now I have William, Argent, Mike S74, Littlefoot, NC, Jim Thompson, John Chum, BH, Yenny, Roy H, Brian R, Jolly, Michael R, New Marshall, Vincent C, Lynn Zeller, KJ, Joe, Billy, Smoker, Gregory G, Kathy Keith, Chris H, AR, Bellows, Gatita, Tyler, Mark S, Silverman, Joe, Jimmy L, Coin Cody, VMC, Alyssa, Joey Brown, Dale N, and N Marsh. If you want on that and you did not see your name, type in duck. Duck, duck, goose. Close. Hey, Lyle. Alrighty. Anybody else? Vincent. Okay. I'm going to close those. So let's give it 30 seconds. And whoever wins this, oh, we'll get Mike Schleiz on there. Was Mike already on there? I don't think so. Let's just double check. Nope, we had Mark. Let's get Mike. All right. All right. And we're off. once I click start. Right now, Lyle's ahead, but we got Kathy Keith pulling out and Roy H pulling out. And Brian R is now ahead. Brian R. All right, Brian R is the winner of the duck race. And that sound was kind of driving me crazy, so turn it down a little bit. There we go. Hey, Super N Muller, not bad. So drink of the night, we had, let's see, I know a few people got it. We got 1, 2, 3 people, I believe. I'm just going to get those names on while I'm already looking at it. Okay. So the 3 that I have now put on the wheel, because I have already marked them so I can see them and not forget about them at the end of the night. Dr. Pepper Cream Soda 0. Or if you want to see it regular like that. And that was BH, Dale Nottingham, and Brian Robinson. Littlefoot says if he wins, give it to Littlefoot. I can do that. Dr. Pepper Cream Soda, yes. The camera keeps twisting a little bit. Sounded best to you? Dale, I never saw a year. If you want to get a year in before I get this box open, you can still get your oldest of the coin in. Let's get Tyler on. Tyler says 51. No, my knife is fine. I just like to use the back of it so it doesn't dull it as bad. Alright. I don't see any War Buffaloes sticking out. We do have some good looking candidates. That's an older looking one. Yeah, when I open the box, I open it this way so it's the dull part, because all I have to do is just pry it up. I don't need to cut it. So for you winners, just make sure you email me, dadhuntscoins@gmail.com, and let me know which coin you want. Again, I go through them at the end of the night. You can always watch, like if you leave, you'll be able to see that. The other thing I can do is, these are some of them that I have, and those are a sheet that I can send you. That's not the right one. That's weird. I'll update it. But anyway, just a second here. You stop it. No. I'm clicking the wrong buttons. There we go. There's the updated one that for some reason disappeared. And we had a super chat. We had Littlefoot saying for a knife sharpener. I have a whetstone over there, and it's decently sharp because I've cut myself. And, you know, membership, donations, super chats, anything like that, all goes back into the channel. The other way you can always do it is you can always do the exclamation tip if you don't want to go through YouTube. Everybody is awesome for participating and everything. We're already at 38 likes, it says, with 43 people watching. So there's a few people who just don't want to hit the like, I guess. If you're on a phone, you can double tap and make it like. That's all I usually watch is just random things, just starting. I literally have this left of the first roll. Martin Bone, welcome. I know we can get 50 because we usually get 50, but we do have that 75 and 100 like the first time we hit that. It's an extra bonus. You're early? Yeah, just on time, actually. Even though I say I start at 5:30, it takes, because at the beginning of the night I put a list of drinks out, and people guess what they think is in I'm drinking, and then they also guess the oldest of the box, the oldest year. So tonight it was Dr. Pepper Cream Soda, 0. Thank you, Brian. And I'm just going to show all this good stuff. So the nights that we hit that, each 25 likes get a buffalo nickel. We have a whole big bag of foreign coins. Pretty good. I wonder if it will be too much for my scale. Let's see. The scale goes up to, I think, 1,000 grams. 423 grams. Maybe it's 500 grams. Your feed is horrible. Sorry. So that is the 75 like for the first time we get there. So anybody that is in the stream when we hit 75 is going to be eligible to get that. And then also the night, hopefully the same night, when we hit 100 likes, we have a 1 ounce silver bar made in USA with the Walking Liberty checkerboard back. Those were donated by Garrett. Awesome friend, subscriber. I think I have him a mod, but if not, you will be one. So Garrett wanted to do that because we hit 25 and 50 frequently, but haven't hit that 75 or 100. 4 away from 50. Ah, very good. I saw silver was going up, and then it kind of came back down a little bit. It was like up into 89 or something. I think it ended 87 last time I saw, but don't know. There, that helps me a little bit. The oldest I have found in a box is, when I was doing them for myself, I found an 1899 V-nickel. It was the first box I had ever searched, and I found V-nickel. An 1899. Huh. I wasn't following it too closely. We were doing audits and stuff at work and doing my regular stuff, and I just don't get time until, once in a while I glance at it. But we do guessing games throughout the night, so we guess the oldest, or what the year of the nickel is that I put up when it's time. It's usually going to be in the 50s or older. And that gets your name on a list of winners, or list of names to be a winner. So that wheel of names at the end of the night, I roll or spin it, and whoever wins gets a first. It's one of those things. The government likes to do audits on governmental type agencies, and we're considered a governmental agency because we're a special service district, so we're tax exempt, and we have 457B and all that kind of stuff. But the wheel of names, you do not have to be present, but you still have to claim your prize. And the prize is a 1-ounce copper round. And I can always send a sheet. I have probably about 50 different flavors of them. And I let you choose. Dad's an undercover brother. Not too bad. $88. Okay, I was going to say, I thought it was about 87 last time I saw. But then it fluctuates so much that you can look at it and 5 minutes later it'll be completely out of whack. That reminds me, I know we had some new people join and become subscribers. Super N, I'm going to get you some points. Get you a couple million here. So that you can play. If you want to play, you can always be live in chat, and it gives you points that way. But if you're brand new, you can always subscribe, and it gives you immediate points right away. Gamble a moderate amount. Points are free. I give them out. If you run out, which I highly, highly doubt, we can add more. If you're not sure what your point level is, you can always do exclamation points. That'll tell you how many points you have. Just random things, you just use them like you'll see people put exclamation heist and then the amount. All does not give all your points. It does set a limit of, I don't know, 100,000 or something. But you can do exclamation gamble, exclamation slots, exclamation heist, exclamation duel, yes, exclamation games will give you all the different games that you can play with all those fun things. I don't have one for that, sorry. Hopefully it's not another box like Monday. That was weird. And I already saw that email and pop up when it came through, and then it somehow did it again. So yeah, one of the big things is just kind of watch how the other people are putting in, like slots and everything. And if you put all it, like I said, it doesn't use all your points. It only puts a maximum amount. I think 100,000 or something. So, but if you run out, give you more. Doesn't say we were up at 4. On my screen, I saw 48 likes. Now we're back down to 47. So someone disliked the channel. Maybe they didn't win. Maybe they were like, "Forget you. I didn't win. I'm unliking," which is completely fine if you want to. $49. Oh, now it's 48, which means we're probably at 49. Mine's always one behind. But we'll do a giveaway, a 50 like giveaway. We'll also do the 75 once we get there. Found quite a few 64s, but they're not the Denvers. All right, KJ. When you see this box go up, you get to guess what you think that year of the nickel is. Get a little bit better light. There we go. So just put the year you think it is, and whoever wins, if you get it, the only one that gets it exactly on gets double the entries on the wheel. If multiple people get it exactly on, then yeah, Littlefoot, 99.9928734% of the time it's going to be a 59 or older. The 64 Denver has a D over D, a repunched mint mark. And while we're doing that, we've got a second find in the same roll. Get that one on the board while we're getting guesses in. That's the nice thing is if we know someone's going to be, like say it's a war nickel or something, and someone puts a year that it absolutely will not be able to be impossible, then we do let people retract their bids, or not bids, but a 2036. Yeah, these nickels are going to be 1938 to 1959, 99.992678432%. 50 likes. All right. I'll get that after we flip the coin so that it doesn't get lost everywhere. Yeah, we'll do that once we flip it. Otherwise, I will have no idea who got it. All right. Thank you, Cody. It's the very last year that we pull out, 1959. I gotta move that because that comes over here, so I have room to put these. We'll get 50s on the board. Hey, not a problem. Garrett and Littlefoot and Tim. So we have multiple, it looks like. Let's just go back and double check. So 59. Yep, I see multiples, so only one entry, but that's still better. Tim. Oops. Littlefoot. And someone said there was another one. Oh, Garrett. Yeah, thank you. And I'm blurry. I'll fix it. Actually, I won't fix it. The camera will fix it. So at the end of the night, I go through all of the 64 Ds, and also I pull out 63 Phillies because those have a triple die or a double, yeah, triple die reverse. And I do all the scoping and stuff at the end of the night, so we're not constantly got back and forth, back and forth. Oh yes, 50 likes. Thank you. I totally forgot about that. That's why I have you guys. My mods are great at keeping me in line because I am doing so many things. Just random things. You now have points to gamble. All right, you got 3 minutes to enter the giveaway, exclamation GAW. That gets you in on the giveaway for a 1 ounce copper round. Whoever wins gets to choose what they want. And if you choose to give it to someone else, you can do that. If you choose to give it to yourself, you can do that. So it'll only let you enter one time, so if you hadn't seen your name go scrolling through, usually it's in orange or gray, depending on what type of device you're on. You can put it in again, but if you've already put it in, it only lets you get one name on the entry. So if you didn't see your name, do it again. And I know there's, hey, Scott, welcome. I know there's lots of people coming in and stuff, and so I'm missing lots of people. I apologize if I didn't say hi, but it's a little bit busier. So I might have to change up giveaway formats and stuff if I start getting too many people all the time, and do like how some of the channels do it, where it randomly puts it in. Like on Rob's, you can do just typing in the chat, you can win a chance. It'll just take a random person that's been in the chat and in the last 5 minutes or something. So maybe that's what I'll have to start doing for some of these. I also pull out 75 Denvers to look for the high D. The error on that one is the D is misplaced and it's much higher than it should be. Usually they're under the date, but sometimes you get them between the hair of Jefferson and the collar. And that is an error one. Exclamation GAW if you want to get in on that. See, you can see on this one the Denver's placed below. If it's between the collar and the 5, then that is a misplaced if it was way like clear up here. You don't have to scope those because those are obviously, you can tell. Hey Nathan, exclamation GAW is going on. Got resume it here because it paused for the stupid timer quit. I don't know why it does it, but give you about 20 more seconds to get in on that. Exclamation GAW. I'm going to unwrap this and then we will close it. So you have about 10 seconds. And about 5. If you win. On the exclamation GAW, it's only 1 win per night. So if you like win the 25 like, you're not eligible for the 50. But you are still eligible to guess the years on the back of the nickels to get your name on the wheel of names. So you can win on the wheel of names also. All right, let's come over here. Do that. We have 39 people. And close those entries. Yeah, not a problem. We're going to pick a winner, none or nose, VMC. Familiar name. That's for 50 likes. It was totally rigged. Yes, it was. Does the start of stream. The duck? No, the duck race is completely separate from anything else. We also have a halftime that we're going to do again. For those that are familiar or unfamiliar with it, when we get to the halfway point, in fact, while I'm thinking about it, I always circle the rim in a color so I remember to stop after that one. So when we get there, we'll do a wheel of names that is a last man standing. So if your name is on that list, it goes bye-bye. And whoever is the last one on the wheel is the winner. Yeah, I don't like Bad Bunny. Hopefully that light's a little better now. And of course I can send the updated list of the rounds, plus I have the usual ones. You guys, most of you have probably seen them all, but I show them at the end of the night, so if you do win and you weren't there at the end, you can always go back and watch the last little bit of the video, and it goes through and shows everything. Just Random Things says, I hope you find a shield nickel. Well, we do have a nickel bounty, which is if you get a V nickel, a buffalo nickel, and a war nickel all in one box, I give you a shield nickel. You can see the 5 with some stars at that angle. It's coal, but still. And then on that, you can see the shield a little bit at an angle. So that is nickel bounty, and that is whoever gets a trifecta. Yeah, I saw a few people, BH had even said, have I had problems, and I was not even watching YouTube at that time. I was just so busy with work and everything. Don't be afraid to ask questions if you're not sure what I'm doing or what someone is talking about. Like say we're talking about a DDO. If you're not sure what a DDO is, that is a double die obverse, or RPM is a repunched mint mark, that sort of thing. So I do stream every Monday and Thursday nights most of the time, unless something's going on. And we have a find. So yeah, again, I've got that updated one where I've taken a few off that I don't have anymore. Or you can wait till the end of the night or go back and watch an older video from like last week or Monday. If it's too old, I may not have them, but as of Monday, they should still be pretty much the same ones. But if you win, I'll let you choose any copper round that I have that is available for choosing. The only ones not available for choosing are in my personal collection, which is the Aztec calendar mostly. I have a 1, a 2, a 5, and a 39, and I'm 90% sure it's the DDO, but I don't know how to confirm it. You probably don't have a microscope, I'm assuming. The other thing you can do is you can always, if you have like a holder for your phone so it's steady, you're not shaking like with your hands, sometimes you can zoom in enough to see. But a way to verify it, a good way is like Variety Vista. That's a good way to compare to known examples. Also looking at, other ones that have been for example, graded, find one that's in your approximate grade that you would think it is, because sometimes you might find a graded one that's a MS66 and, the one you found might be a 20, which is much harder to compare it to. Thank you, Jimmy. Totally forgot about that. Even though it's in front of my face. We'll let N Martian because I haven't flipped it yet. We have a 1956. That's a 5-6-56. Get that on the board. And we'll see if anybody gets it. Let's see, where are we? There we go. Wheel of names. William E. Was he the only one? Silverman also? Okay. Because if you're the only one to guess that, So did Silverman have a... Yep, Silverman had a 56. So I've got both of you on the wheel. So yeah, if you're the only person, no others that got it exactly on, you get double entries on the wheel. So unfortunately, you each get one. 10 rolls down. 39 plus 1 to go. If you're a member that's been in the community a while, you probably remember Southern Metal when he was streaming. He just does shorts now, but when he was streaming, he would not say 13. He would say 12 plus 1, and if you got him to say 13, he would put a was it a war nickel or buffalo nickel, something, into a cup. And I can't remember what went on from there, but he called it the D-nippler. For me, you can say everything you want with number 13 because I like it. I don't really believe in, like, say, a lucky number or anything, but if I had to choose one number, my number would be number 13. Yeah, he focuses on doing shorts now. He used to stream on Tuesday nights, I think Tuesday and Thursdays. At least Tuesdays, I can't remember both nights. But Baseman64 used to stream on like Monday nights. And so when I started streaming, it was like, well, no one's streaming on Tuesdays or Thursdays, so I'll stream on those nights. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I've watched Rob. It was probably the way I came across coin channels. I've always, collected coins and currency and things. But when I was working the ER desk at night, a lot of downtime. I'm not a nurse or anything. I just worked the window and did all the insurance and business office stuff. But I came across his channel, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. So I started watching, and then from him, I found Pa Spare Time. Thank you, Pa, again for the mat. I love it. And from him, I found Southern Metal and Baseman64 and a few others. There's lots of them that you can name, and it'd go on all night, but Pa said he's probably, the other night when he was in here, he said he's going to try to start streaming again. He had some stuff that went on. He got injured his foot, couldn't stand or anything on it, so he couldn't do like returning coins. And then his mom had a fall, so he went up there, and then they came home, and then a little bit later she ended up passing. So then they were taking care of all the funeral stuff, and then just everything was kind of going to hell for him. So he wasn't focused on streaming, but he was in here on Monday and said he's going to try to stream on Saturday. So the nice thing is you can always not only just like a channel, but you can turn on the bell notifications, and that sends you an alert for when things are happening. So for example, if you turn on bell notifications, if you're a subscriber of mine, it'll send you an alert saying I have a live stream scheduled or something like that. Yeah, he just, there was a lot of stuff that just went on, and of course, it's as a community, we always, say it's like a family, and with him, it was everybody was saying, take care of your family, don't worry about streaming, we'll be here for when you get back. Pa does so much. I got a hand-me-down microscope from him. I got my webcam secondhand from him. He hunts with his grandkids. At the time, it was Hudson. Hudson was, 8 or something like that? Now Hudson's, 14? So everybody was basically like, don't worry about that. Those of us that, here for you when you get back, we'll be there to watch. Yeah, I've seen a few of the streams. The problem is it was always when I was on call, and so I'd miss a lot of them. But now I don't do call during the day, so it just depends on if I'm doing something with family or something. Pa does a huge part with, hey, hot dog digs. Got your sticker right here, in fact. He does a lot for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. The first year, I can't remember what was raised, but the second year, it was beat. I think it was $10,000 the first year, and the second year we helped raise $15,000, and last year we ended up with just over $20,000 raised. 2009. So I helped a little bit. Of course, I donated, but I also gave boxes to people who hit the high donation level. I gave them a free box search with a coin pack. So now that I'm able to do like super chats and stuff on those nights, if we do when that time comes, and we do that, then like a lot of channels, all the super chats and donations and stuff will be passed on. So that's one reason why I wanted to get to the ability to do super chats, because I have the tip link, but I didn't have the super chat. Now I have super chat. Come on. There we go. So hopefully this year I can do more to help out. Last year I bought a bunch of Barber half dollars again. I've done that twice now. I'm only missing 3 to complete the collection because of it. So a lot of people help do that. Could be a fooler because it's in good condition. We had one night where we had, I think it was a 1940, and it was great condition. And then we had another one, 1940, and it was, hey, Argent Appeal, donated $2. Thank you very much. I know some people don't like to go through YouTube, so I do have a tip link that goes through Streamlabs. They don't take as much of a cut as YouTube, but YouTube is just easier if you are already connected to everything. So thank you very much. Everything that is donated and given and things like that just goes back into the channel. A lot of it is for, of course, shipping. Shipping is one of the biggest expenses. It's ongoing. You know, buying a bunch of copper rounds, yeah, you put out for it one time, but then you got it, you know, however many hundred. I'm probably down to 250. When I first started doing live streams, I had close to 400. Thank you, Jimmy. William E's in at 52. There you go. 59. I know there's a few of you. Yeah, at least the thing with that is you're able to still donate, whereas before the only way you could do it was the tip line or whatever it is. I know we had quite a few 59s. Start with Cap. And we had Billy. And we had Mike and VMC. And we had Enmarsh. I know Williams was right, and KJ, okay. Right at the end, but that's right as I was flipping it when he showed in, so. But it didn't matter because he wasn't 59. There we go. I think I've got everybody. And Joe, okay. I'll get Joe Minnick. If you're a content provider, you can do like what Silverman did with exclamation ME, and that will throw your channel link so people can visit and subscribe to you. I know I got a lot of my early members from Paw's channel doing that. Who's my favorite music artist? One of my favorites that I've always loved is CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival. There's actually a guy here in town that used to play with them in the latter part after they had sort of broken up and they got back together and stuff. He was part of that. I've always loved CCR. I grew up on the oldies like Beach Boys and, you know, the Beatles and all that kind of stuff. I like rock, you know. I grew up with Poison and Metallica and Godsmack and Guns N' Roses and all that sort of stuff. Got another one to guess now. About the only one I'm not really fond of is country music, so sorry. Don't mean to offend you, but yeah, I'm just not a fan of it. You just hit 5,000? Very nice. I just hit 3,900. And that is kind of amazing because just in July, before I started doing live streams, I was it like just over 500 or something. And there was about 3 different shorts videos that I had done that just kind of exploded. For me, I consider them viral. I know most people would be like, that's not viral, but when you're a channel that would get, a couple hundred views, and then you have a short that got 20,000 something views, another one that got like 12,000, another one got like 10,000, plus a few of the other ones. Basically, I'd gotten 40,000 views in a month, and I went from about 500 or 600 subs all the way up to 3,600 subs. So that's when I finally decided, well, I'll start live streaming. I told myself if I got certain things, it would. You consider 5 views viral? Yeah, I used to be like that. I'll let AG in at 47. Very good. We got another 59. There's a new guess. Everybody's going to be guessing, so I'm going to go back through and look. Got 58s. I don't think I see any 58 or 59s, just 58s. So all 58s it looks like are getting in. So that was one of those that's whoever. So if there was a 60, but like I said, they're never usually over that. So we had Billy, we had Roy H, we had Mike S, we had Smoker, Queen Cody, looks like Billy, Roy, Mike, Smoker, and Coin Cody. If there's anybody else, just let me know. Thank you, Jimmy. I was just unwrapping that one. You had 50, okay. Like I said, I'm sure I missed some because of so much, many people in there. So we'll get Brian R on there. All right, and this one had a 54. That one on the board. The 40s are afraid to come out tonight. Kind of like dentures. Jolly and Alyssa, okay. My very first concert I went to, I was 16, and a bunch of us got together and had tickets. We went out and we saw Pearl Jam. They were opening tour where I lived in Casper. So first concert I saw was Pearl Jam, and that was a $20 ticket. So I was in high school. That would have been, let's see, being 16, I would have been 95. One of the best concerts I'd ever been to was a Metallica Godsmack. I had a friend that he called me and he goes, you don't like metal, do you? I was like, I like metal. He goes, you like Metallica? I said, I love Metallica. He's like, for some reason I thought you didn't like it. I said, no, I don't like country. He goes, oh. He goes, well, if I had a ticket to Metallica and Godsmack, do you want to go? And I was like, yeah, but I don't have money to buy it. And he goes, it's on me. I was like, oh, okay. So he took me and his wife because his brother had asked him to buy a ticket for him and said he would pay him. And then it came time to pay, and his brother was like, no, I'm your brother. I shouldn't have to pay you. So he was like, oh, hell no. So that's why he gave it to me. And that was a $50 ticket. And that was in probably 2002. So I took him and his wife out to dinner afterwards. But yeah, Metallica opened, or Godsmack opened, and then it was Metallica as the main one. But that was one of the best concerts I'd ever been to. Now I'm one of those that people look at me and think I'm weird because I have a buzzed head, I have a beard. I don't want to say older, but I'm in my 40s. And I have rap and hip hop blasting with my stereo. And people just are kind of like, what the crap? It's an old guy with no hair and a beard and everything, and he's listening to that? So yes, I know I'm strange. Yeah, I don't like the mumble rap. I can't even understand what regular singing is, let alone mumble rap singing. And it's not because it's rap, it's I can't even understand just like regular singing, like whatever her name is, Taylor Swift or whatever. I can't even understand over half the words that come out of anybody's mouths. I listen to rap more for the bass and the beat and stuff. Another one I went to 3 of their concerts, and it was Tech 9. Most people at that time had never heard of Tech 9. They were a Midwestern group out of Kansas City, I think. But now they're bigger name, and they're on some bigger records. But I went to 3 of theirs, and theirs back when theirs was $10 or something a ticket. Yeah, the thing with his is he kind of tells everything about both sides. It's not just one. You can tell which side he supports. But he doesn't just go after the one side. He says all of it. I've come across some of his videos, and it's like, okay. But yeah, for me, it's like you can definitely tell what side he leans, but yeah, he is one that it doesn't matter which side you're on, he's going to tell you how much of a crap idiot you are. That's why I don't do politics, because I think they're all crap. Like I've always said, it's one of those that when it comes time to elections, it's you have two piles of cow poo. One's fresh, hot, and steamy and messy. The other one's a couple days crusted over. I don't want to step in either of them, but if I had to step in one, I'd choose the one that was a little bit more crusted over. That's always been my philosophy. I can't stand any of that. Like I said, about the only thing I don't really listen to at all is country. I probably listen to more polka than I have chosen to listen to country, like purposely. And I don't listen to polka. We are on roll 22 right now, so we got 3 more until halftime. And then we will do a wheel of names. Last man standing. Pocahontas. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to have to hold on to some of that stuff Garrett gave me, but hopefully I don't hold on to it too long. It was one of those we got right to 50 with not really any problem, but all right. We ready to guess? Now, if you notice, there's no mint mark. Unfortunately, otherwise it would have been a semi-key date. A 1948 S is a semi-key date. We finally got a 40 on the board. Like I said, even though it's not a key, we'll still take it. I remember Hungry Hungry Hippos. That was a fun game. Michael Rose and Willie Mee. Okay. And William was already the first name on the wheel because whoever's box I'm opening automatically gets their name on the wheel. That's just what I've always done. I give them an extra entry because they bought a box. But as rules go, you do not have to pay to enter because this is all a game of skill. You can see how skilled you are by knowing yours, as B. Waller would say, a game of skill. Just random thing says, I think I'm an addict now. Some nights we are slamming a box. We start out strong and we end strong, and Some nights we start out a little bit slow and end up strong, and other nights we just, like Monday, it would just kind of putted along, and this one's been about the same thing. We haven't found a buffalo nickel or a war nickel for a while. In fact, let me do this. Oh, wrong one. I don't want that one. I want box finds purchased. Nickels. The last buffalo nickel was February 16th for 74 deeds. We did get 2 war nickels for BH Ringer on February 19th. That's the one that had the AU in it. So we have found, I guess it's been not quite as long as I thought. The green bar is a health meter, so when someone like donates super chat, it brings down the health meter, and then whoever ends up taking the last of the health meter away becomes the new stream boss. I think I'm going to probably have to change the rules, because instead of a point per penny, I was calculated it wrong. I thought the tip line also counted towards it, but I guess it doesn't. All right, roll 25, and then we'll do the halftime. We've had 20 new members tonight, thanks to Roy Hathaway. So those members are in green. You have emojis and stuff to play with in your chat. You can be a member for as little as 99 cents a month. I have 3 levels. I have 99. I have 2.99. That gets you a DHC sticker. And then I have a $5.99 that you also get, or $4.99, sorry, that you also get a magnet just like it. So you get a sticker and a magnet at that level, and a sticker at the medium level. Hey, JJ. Can't remember the last video I saw. It was something about the painting the truck or getting the paint. I can't remember. But I remember it was your truck video. Type in wheel if you want on for the halftime wheel. It'll be the last man standing. We got 74, Brian R, KJ, Garrett, Crafty, Otis, VMC, Coin Cody. Michael R. No, I lost my spot. There we go. AG. My hell. Littlefoot. Argent. Hot Dog. JJ. Billy. Smoker. William E. Jimmy. Alyssa. Joe. Otis. Mike S. Scott C. Silverman. And Marsh. K Fried, welcome. I'll get you some points here in a second, K Fried. I've got to see where I was at. Where are we? I've got Tyler. Jolly. Jim. Mark S. Just Random. Cap. BH. Lynn. Roy H. Yenny. Kathy. NC. Marshall. Anybody else? I said them out loud as I was putting them on, so if you didn't hear your name, let me know. All right. K-Fried, you should have a couple million points that you can now gamble with. So we're spinning this wheel. I do not metal detect. And it's the last man standing, last woman or man. Mark, you're gone. The strapping. Oh, I thought that was Scott, but BH is gone. Joe's gone. Sorry, BH. AG. Tyler, you're gone. KJ. Michael R. It is true. It's kind of like Halftime, go take a pee break. Lynn is gone. So if your name's already gone, then it's kind of like, meh. But if not, maybe you're sitting there bouncing because you got to go, but you're like too excited. Kathy K. I was going to put KK, but then I was like, no, that's probably too close to not being nice. Brian R. Oh, New Marshall's gone. Wayne Cody. And the duck race tonight and this last man standing, they were rounds donated by William E., whose boxes we have. Yenny is gone. He had bought a few extra ones to donate and said however I want to do it. So Tuesday I did a last man standing halftime, I think it was. Alyssa is gone. Hey, Kentucky Fried, awesome. Thank you. $5 super chat. Silverman. Oh, VMC. Yeah, I just didn't want, just in case if I accidentally clicked an extra button or something, I didn't want to get reported to YouTube. Oh, sorry, Kentucky Fried. Cap is gone. So yeah, I did that on Tuesday or Monday. I did I think it was Last Man Standing, and then today I did the Duck and Last Man Standing halftime. And I think on next Monday, because it's another box for William E., and we'll probably do the same thing. We'll do a duck race at the beginning and a Last Man Standing at halftime. Otis, how did your name say it's on there twice? It's not. That's weird. Does the 1971 D have a really low mint mark? I don't know about the low one. I just know of the 64 or 75 high D. The 75 high D is the only one that I know of that's in the 70s. Billy, you are gone. Holders Pest Control Wildlife, how are you? Jimmy, you are gone. Right now we're at halftime. We're doing the last man standing, in case if you're wondering why I'm spinning a wheel and it's a nickel hunt. Hot dog is gone. JJ's gone. Smoker's gone. And he's not even a smoker, he said. We'll get you some points here in a minute, Holder. Roy H., you're gone. You have a 1 in 10 chance of getting kicked off the wheel. Oh, that was just random. Just random was randomly kicked off. Sorry, just random. Oh, Crafty's gone. Hey, Alyssa got 3 chili peppers. Congratulations. Mike S is gone. $74. 1 and 7. Oh, it's William E's box, and he got kicked off. Ooh. Oh. It could be an O or it could be O, either way. Sorry, NC. I meant more like, oh man, it was like right on the line, not like, oh, you didn't get off. I'm not mean like that. Jolly, sorry. 1 and 4, 25% chance now of getting kicked off the wheel. And Marsh, 33% chance. Looks like Garrett is gone. Whoever's name it lands on, the other person wins. I don't know why I shuffle so many times when it's only 2 names. Oh, Jim Thompson, sorry. That means Argent. You are the winner of Last Man Standing. Or woman, either one. I'm not picky. All right, get back to there. Stack to the Moon and XM Virus. If you're here, I'll get you guys some points. All right, and when I was speaking of hot dog, and then I had your sticker. See, it's right here. Hot Dog Diggs. Go check him out. He metal detects. Hot Dog Diggs. You can always do exclamation me hot dog, and it'll put your channel link up. All right. Start of the second half. Maybe it'll pick up. I need 12 war nickels just. Maybe you'll find a nice AU war nickel like we did for BH. Excuse me. Now we're back to regular programming. And on the regular wheel of names for all these guess the coins, if you get on again, it's not an instant win. It's just you're on the name of wheels that I do at the end of the night. I spin it, and it's not a last man standing. It's just whatever it lands on. That person wins a 1 ounce copper round. You do not have to be present to win, but you do still have to email me if you do to claim your prize. Need your name and address, and what you won. So, for example, Argent would send an email and put LMS or Last Man Standing or Halftime or whatever. And then the round that you choose. Any silver tonight? Nope, not yet. On the fines, we've had 1 from 40s, 5 from the 50s, and 2 from 09. Up in the upper left corner is where I always put my fines for each night. And for those that win, and I've got these ones, these are some copper rounds that are already on a sheet that I've made up. You can just tell me the number. It's the top and bottom to each coin is under each other. And then I also go through them at the end of the night. So you can always email and just ask for it, or review the video, or stay until the end and watch which ones I show, because I do have more than what is on that sheet. But I just don't have room for all of them. I do have many duplicates, so if there's one that you want, get a couple extra of or something, I do sell them. Right now I'm only selling them for $3 each. That's because I got them for a decent price, and I dollar cost average, so even if I buy a few more that are expensive, I average cost them in as for what's left. If you go to any of the regular bullion websites that sell 1 ounce copper rounds, the lowest you're going to find them for is about $5, $4.99. You can find them on eBay for about $4. So mine are $3 each, and then shipping, I can send up to 2 in one envelope. So if you do 1, it's $4.50 with shipping. If you do 2, it's $7.50 for 2 in one box, or one envelope. And then once you get to 3, it's usually depends on if it's cheaper to go with a couple envelopes or put them into a package. Because sometimes for the less than 4, the problem is you have the copper is usually, I have found, to be a little bit more than 1 ounce. It's usually like 1.03 or something. And then you have the plastic flip, and then you have the card and all that, and it usually adds up to be about over an ounce for 1. I also have 5 ounce rounds, so if anybody's ever wanting me to go through some of those at the end of the night, I've got quite a few selection of that. Some of them are not 5 ounce rounds, they're actually 3 ounce rounds, or 3 ounce shaped. But all the other ones I have are 5 ounce. Majority of them are colorized. Yes, and Jim Thompson says if the post office reads the non-machinable red stamp, you just might get them undamaged. I'll pull that up here and while we're doing the guessing here for the last little bit, we got this. inside an envelope. You can see it's all torn up. You can see it's completely torn in half. And that's what it looked like. You can see the round because it's in the plastic right there, and the other one's down here. So they went missing for a month. Obviously, they didn't read the non-machinable. All right. Oh, perfect timing. I was going to say, let's throw some stop signs in. This one is another 50s. It's a 53. Let's get that on the board. And see who got it. 1953. Got a 54. A 55. Did anybody get 53 exact? Because I'm seeing 54s and 55s. Oh, okay, Kentucky got it exactly on. And because it was Kentucky the only one on there, I think. So Kentucky, you get 2 entries because you were the only one to guess it completely 100% correctly. So you get 2 entries when that happens. Congratulations. You took the only one that wasn't taken? Well, we don't mind copying. It just depends on if you think you're correct or not. Obviously, you thought you were correct, and you were right. And for me, it's either side. So if 52 would have won it, and a 54 would have won it. Oh, 9 again. Número 3. You have over 14 trillion points on a Coin Hunters channel. I think when Southern Metal used to stream, I think I had the highest points. Not the most watch time, but the highest points. Whoa. And tonight's drink of choice was Dr. Pepper Cream Soda. Hey, Love and Laugh. Numero 440. Or in French, cat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I used to go up to quite higher, but I think I only remember up to 20 or something now. That's all I remember from junior high French. I would do my homework, and you know, I was always sit around like with the girls and everything, and they would look at some of mine, and we are on roll 30, and they would turn in the homework too, and they would get like a B and I would get an F. And I'm like, you can tell me why? And she would say all this kind of stuff, and I'm like, okay, look at hers, look at hers, look at his. I was like, I guarantee you, if mine's wrong, theirs is wrong. And she wouldn't believe me. And this happened numerous times, and so I had a D in her class. And so I went down to the principal's office one day, instead of her class, and I said, you will put me in another class, or I will refuse to go in there. I said, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you send me to study, detention hall, whatever. I said, I refuse to set foot in her class again because she is totally sexist against me. She only passes all the girls. She doesn't like any of the guys. And so they put me in a completely different class, and she had brought me in to try to talk to me, and I basically told her off and told her she was a lying sack of crap, and she talks to me again, she'll have a major problem with her hands. And magically, didn't have to talk to her anymore. And so I didn't pass the class, but I didn't have to go to the class either. Not that I needed it. But it was one of those things, I was like, you can look at any single one of their papers, and I will guarantee you there is no difference. I didn't write them out as cheating, but I was like, I will guarantee you. And that's when she didn't like it, and so, yeah. I was like, don't care. And I'm a pretty easygoing dude most of the time. Until you're... Yeah, you can change your guess. Just put your new one in and retract your old one. And it was funny because the year before, because that was in 8th grade, 7th grade French, I had an A. And the teacher was just absolutely bomb. But she got married and moved, so I had to put up with the witch. It is a República de Panamá. Balboa. 2017. 227. Or 107. Not 20. 20 would be 20. It is not a 20, it's a 17. And get that one on the board. Did AG get it exactly? Or just closest? Oh, you got it exact? Okay. So, AG times 2. So after that, I refused to take another foreign language course. And when I went into 9th grade, I went into ROTC and spent 4 years in that. Where I grew up, it was kindergarten through 6th was elementary. 7th through 9th was junior high. 9th grade it counted towards your high school. And then high school was actually 10th, 11th, and 12th, like the actual building at the high school. So I started ROTC in 9th grade and went all the way up through. I graduated as a command sergeant major. I didn't care about the grades, so I didn't try to be an officer. But I was always in charge of drill downs and everything because I had maxed out my ribbons with lamps. So if you win, you get a ribbon. The next one, you get a bronze lamp to put on it. The next one, you get a silver and then a gold. And you can repeat that until, I think 3 or else 4 lamps. Can't remember. But I maxed out the ribbon, so I was always then in charge of doing all the drill downs and stuff. And so I graduated, and then the next year my brother went into ROTC, and he was ended up being the BINCO, the battalion commander, because he actually had the grades because he was football and stuff. So I was the highest ranked NCO, non-commissioned officer, and he was the highest ranked officer. Here where I live, elementary is kindergarten through 5th or 6th. Junior high is 7th and 8th, and then high school is 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. My high school literally looked like a castle. It was built by the Army Corps of Engineers in like 37 or something, 32. But it literally looks like a castle. It was 3 floors, but there was technically a 4th floor. It was like a turret-looking spot. We had a full-size swimming pool. We had 2 basketball courts, a full-size and then one for practice. A gymnastic court. Our football, after I graduated and a little while later, they redid the entire thing in AstroTurf and put renamed the stadium Dick Cheney Stadium or something like that, because that's where he went to school. He was up in Casper. So they redid that, and there's the regular football field, and then there's another field next to it that was the practice field. They remodeled it since then for like the theater and a few things like that. But if you're ever bored and you want to see schools, high schools that look like castles, Google Natrona County High School. That's Natrona, Natrona. It's a mineral. Hey, Randy. When they built it, they actually had a rifle range inside the... Couldn't remember if it was inside the school or underneath the stadium. But when they built it, that was part of the thing, was they would build it, or they would build it if we put, if there was a ROTC program put in, because it was the Army Corps of Engineers that built it. and also for the rifle range. And so, of course, they were like, yeah. So not many schools can say they have a rifle range. It's not in use as a rifle range anymore. I think it's storage now, but there was a rifle range. I don't know if they ever did archery or anything, but yeah. And that was the thing growing up there. I don't think there was ever a high school shooting or anything. I mean, we would go to school with buck knives in our pocket. You know, the big 4-inch folded blade. You'd have rifles in your car and handguns in your glove compartment. You'd get out of school, you'd go shooting, go camping. The only thing I know of that was a campus type shooting event that someone was killed was a guy went into one of his classes and shot the professor with a bow and arrow. Killed him. So we don't have gun violence, we have bow and arrow violence. That wasn't while I was in college. It was at the college, not like high school or anything. But it was up at the college, and they had a bow and arrowing. I think that was the only type of event of that ever. I mean, we were considered the big city. It was us and Cheyenne, the capital of Wyoming, the same two size. At that time, we were about 50,000 each. But in Casper, there was 2 high schools. So we never really beefed among ourselves. We always beefed among the other high school. Our high school was like ranchers, farmers, oil field, those type of families. The other side of town was the preppy and like the lawyers, the doctors, and you know the ones that are like prep people. Go to the country club and stuff like that. So they were called the Trojans. We were the Mustangs. We would absolutely destroy them in football. We had a thing called the Oil Bowl every year. Us against them. And it was like a miniature oil barrel. And whoever won it got to keep it, of course, that year. And the trophy would usually be at our school about 6-7 years in a row. They might win one year and then we'd win it back for about 7-8 years in a row. They might finally win a year. They were a little better at swimming than us. We each had a pool in our high school. They were much better with golf and tennis. But yeah, we were the Mustangs, they were the Trojans. The girls were the fillies. I don't know if they had a name for their girls. We always made fun of them. They were like, of course, we wouldn't call them the Trojans. And of course, you're a high school kid, you're going to call them that. Yep. Hey, Dolomorphinite. Welcome. Seen you in here before, but nope, it was Wyoming. Middle of nowhere, Casper. Oh, that's great. I don't know if we ever called him that, but oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I know there's a few places that have changed like high school names and stuff, but it's like in Utah, it's the University of Utah. Their mascot is the Utes. They call themselves the Utes. And if I remember right, it was one of those things where the Ute tribe was like, no, it's great. You know, it basically brings kind of an awareness type thing to them instead of, I mean, that's what Utah stands for, is top of the mountain in the Ute language. I graduated when I was 17. It was in 1995. And then I turned 18 a month later. Wyoming is only one of 2 states that did not have a high school baseball program. I can't remember what the other state is. It's like Missouri or something. But there's 2 states that do not play baseball in high school. And we were one of them. Missouri does. Seems like it's somewhere near there or something. Let's Google. Oh, as of right now, it's South Dakota and Wyoming are the primary states that do not officially sanction high school baseball. Montana added it in 2002. So maybe it was us in Montana, but yeah, there was only 2 at the time. But yeah, us in South Dakota do not have sanctioned high school baseball. We dominated in football. We did decent in basketball and gymnastics and stuff, but football was our biggest, hugest thing. I mean, we had a proper stadium, not just some metal stands or something. It was a proper, like, cement stadium. I'll let N Marsh in. It's 57. Get that one on the board. As I say, we have almost as many 09s as we do 7s or 50s. Larry, KJ, VMC. Anybody else? I'm assuming not if you haven't put it. Yeah, the South, of course, is huge in football. But yeah, with us, it was one of those that we dominated the other high school, and we took state plenty of times. At least we had some equal, I guess you could say, equal size talent with some of the other towns, because they were the same type of thing, mining an oil field. Yeah, we didn't have a hockey program. There was a hockey rink in town, but I don't think anybody, like any high school. We had golf. There was cross country, skiing. There was tennis. One of the guys I knew was on the golf team, and he was actually pretty good. See, we have 1, 8, 12, 13 fines. The other night we had 1, 6, 12, 13. So right now we're tied with the other night. Well, some people, I guess, enjoyed it. Well, we also, of course, we did all the track, like shot put, long jump, running, jumping, skippity-doo-dahing. It was one of those things like in ROTC and gym and stuff when you had to run. I refused to run. It wasn't because I was big, like I still am. I wasn't like super blubbery. I mean, I was still thick, but I just didn't like running. So I always flunked that part. Teachers and everybody would get mad and tell me they were going to flunk me for that class, and I was like, go ahead, I don't care. So usually there was a few girls that didn't want to get, sweaty and stuff, so I'll just walk around the track with them. the chemicals. Yeah, it was one of those things that we would party, but we would do it in a way that wouldn't get us in trouble. Because usually they were like, oh, we're going to do this. I'm like, no, do it this way. And they're like, no, that's whatever. And I'm like, if you do it this way, you're going to get caught. If you do it this way, you're not going to get caught. I think that's a 2024 P. Let's take a look. I don't find P's very often. $2024P. It is almost exclusively, not always, but exclusively, almost always, find Denver. But yeah, we would do things, and I was always one of those kind of strategic, plan things out, whereas most of the other kids would just do it, and then they'd get caught and get in trouble, and I would plan it out, not get in trouble. They wouldn't get in trouble. So I was invited to quite a few places. But I think all kids are kind of naughty. Don't tell me. Are we still here? Yes, okay. My screen went, oh, snap, and then it went black. So I just wanted to make sure I was, yeah, looks like we're still streaming, so. But now I'm not that way. That 2024, when I found it, I almost put it as in my discards because it was like dirty and covered it up almost. And I was like, wait a minute, was that a 2-4? I was wondering if we were going to find a 24 because we didn't have a 24 yet. We found a couple of them the other night. Was it 2? No, we had 1 the other night. We had 3 09s. So we've already beat the 09s. We had 3 from the 50s, so we've beaten the 50s. But we had a 5 from the 40s and 1 from the 30s. So this box is officially better than the other one. Hey, welcome back to Just Random Things. But we were all young and stupid. Some stupider than others, but Night Kentucky Fried. Thanks for coming. Hope to see you again. We're at 62 likes, so we're 13 away from the 75 like giveaway. We've got 6 rolls left. Allegedly. Sweet. More nickels are always great. It's like Garrett did the 1 ounce silver for when we finally get to a 100 like night. And just like with BH and stuff, if anybody gets close to 500, I'll send you like a copper round or something to throw in as an extra givey if you do any of that. So let me know. So if you do announcement videos when you're getting close, just like I said, let me know, and I'd be glad to do like what I did with AG to get to 250 and stuff like that. I believe in giving back, and you guys have given back to me greatly. Helped me to get to where I'm at. Getting the watch hours and everything to get to where I could do super chats and super stickers, and still no Buffalo. Oh, thank you. This one here, I know is a tough one, but I know at least 74 got it. It's 1940. Get that one on the board. That's now officially the oldest. You copied KJ. So we had KJ, we had 74, Billy, BMC, besides those 4, anybody else have a 40? Now this one here may just be too corroded, but I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something that we could see. Whatever it is, it's completely eating it away. Hey, Fleabag. My shirt's a nickel. I have never found a hobo nickel. I would love to find one. I do not even have one, just like bought one or anything. Yeah, it looks super like been in the ground, corroded. I was hoping I could see some kind of date, but no. Yeah, I would want to make sure I had a real hobo nickel, not just some crap that someone made up. We have 5 rolls left because I just unwrapped the 5th one. 10 more likes. Think we'll hit 75 tonight. Oh, yeah, I know that, but you also have people that make them up and then try to pass them off. And we have 45 people. I was going to say that one screen showed 41 and the other one showed 45. And I was like, which one is it? We now have another guess. That was like me when I was on call and I was always in the ER and it was busy. I would turn it on, leave it on mute, and just minimize it. Four rolls left. Ow. I hate it when you have an itch and then you bash yourself trying to get to that itch. Perfect. Since I have a couple more coins left here, so we'll let cap in at 52, but you're not going to be the winner, at least not exact, because it's a 47. Another one from the 40s. 1947. Get that on the board. And anybody get it exactly? Yes. Got William E. with exactly on. William E. the only one, it looks like. That means you get 2 Enterios. Congratulations. Yes. William times 2. That's a very good way of doing it. I can give you the lucky cardboard stamp out if you want. So this is what I do: is I take it and I just rip the side off, rip the other side off, and then have that. At least this box is better than the other one. But the other night you got a V-nickel out of it. And destroys boxes. Looks like a Timu nickel. Hey, 3 8-balls. Nice. That reminds me, I need to get rid of one of those V's. On the V's, do you like the regular V or the circle V better? Because I keep forgetting to take that extra V off. Wait, is there 3 different V's? What the crap? We have the one that just pulled up, the one that was above that said Michael Martin. There was 2 V's there, and JC Likes Pam has a 3rd V. What the crap? I know I don't like the one that is on JC Likes Pam one. Kind of liking the one that said Michael Martin. But I also like the white one. Yeah, I somehow had 3 different V's. Maybe I was looking at them and put 3 different ones on by accident. I don't know. 3 pirate ship. I'll have to figure out which V I like better. The white circle V or just the regular V. I don't like the see-through circle V. I don't think it's a VW symbol. There's 3 different W. What the crap? Why is there 3 different W's? No, two different W's. That's a WWV. What the crap? I guess I'll have to remember to try to take a look at that. And I think the 75 and 100 like will probably be during a regular nickel hunt part stream, not go into my late night ones, because it's a nickel channel and most of the people are here for nickels. Number 5. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had 5 09s. I know we've had 4 either 09s or 24s. But I don't think I've ever had 5. Last Rollo. Those are good. I like Rollos. cheapest place to get a nickel book, probably just Amazon. Keep the bar for 100, but rest is up to you. Yeah, definitely do the bar for 100. I'm just wondering, should I use the 75 during just regular nickel part stream? Because sometimes into the later parts, we do get a few more people in. But I don't know. Yeah, I know. I just want to put them to the best use, not just throw them out there. You know. I just want to make sure that I get the best use for your thoughtfulness and donation. Sometimes people say, oh, we're going to do this, and then it's like halfway, and they're like, oh, we'll just do it. And it's like, well, what's the fun of that? I know when I've looked for, like, the Canadian coin. Hey, Scott gave a $1 super chat. Thank you. I would give a thumbs up, but it doesn't let me do it. I can do the heart, but it doesn't let me do the thumbs up one. Either a local shop might have something, or most likely it's going to be Amazon. They're going to be about $5 to $7 usually. I know the Canadian ones that I got from my daughter, they were like, I think, $5.99. These are the 63 Phillies, so looking for the TDR. '64 Denvers. Yeah, that's where I found my daughters, is Amazon. Even if you go on eBay, by the time you buy them, most of them want like $5 for shipping. And then it's like, what's the point of buying them there? Because you might buy them for $1.99, and then you're paying $5 for shipping. And it's like, you can get a brand new one on Amazon for less than that. I would say if you have a local coin shop, try to support them, even if it's like $1 more. If theirs are, Amazon's are say $5.99 and theirs are $6.99 or something, I would still go to the local coin shop just to support them. But build rapport with them if you ever need to sell things or whatever. But like for me, the nearest Walmart is an hour away. There is no coin shop. But I did have, when I went into the bank on Wednesday, dumped some coin. One of the girls had said, hey, I've got a guy that wants to know about his collection. And she said she knew a guy. He goes, well, can you give me his number? And she's like, I can't give out a member's phone number. He goes, well, can you give him mine? And she goes, I can give him yours. So she gave me his number and name and number, and I texted him. He said, oh, I'm out of town, but when I get back, like in 2 weeks, I'll give you a call. I'm like, okay. But I've always told him, I was like, hey, if you have someone that has coins and they're, not sure what or how to go about it, and next box available is the 9th, I think it was. Let's see. The second is Williams. The fifth is BH's. So March 9th would be my first box available. So we have our 2017 Panamanian. We have our 1940, 47, and 48. 48 is not the S. So 3, yep. So yeah, she said that he wanted someone that was, you know, not going to rip him off and stuff. And she goes, this guy's got a coin channel and he's, you know, been doing it for years and I would trust him. And so it's always a good build rapport. That's why I take them cookies too. 53, 54, 56, 57, and 3 59s. That one's not too bad. Got a 2024 out of Philly, amazingly enough. And Denver, 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 and Denver. So all 5 are Denvers. Kind of picked up a little bit. You got 10, 15, 17. 4 30s. 7 50s. 5. That cha-ching made me kind of forget what I was writing, so I put furine. It's not a foreign, it's a furine. Sweet. Are you wanting a 5-ounce round? Because I can go through those here in a minute if you do. So these are the 2 from last night or last Monday and this night. We've got a 39. We got 8 from the 40s, 10 from the 50s, 8 from 09, 2 from 24, 4 and a V for a semi-C skunk. All right, let's see. Who did we have as their oldest? Not the oldest person. The oldest of the box. AG. Kathy K. Mike S. Yep, looks like 3. All right, now excuse me. You know what to do. Hey, Shaybot. I'm going to run down the names real quick of the ones that I have. And if I don't say your name, I won't have you on the list. Brian R, 74, Jolly A, G, Silverman, Garrett C, JJ, VMC, Billy, Jimmy, Lynn, BH, Otis, Crafty, Lyle, Alyssa, Cap, Queen Cody, KJ, William E, Mike S, Roy H, and Marsh New Marshall. MLN, Renee, Super, Fleabag, David C. Got Kathy on there. Got anybody else? No? Okay. Well, we're also doing that since it's the end of the normal part. You can enter exclamation GAW to get in the end of stream giveaway. I see 71 people. We're going to shuffle till the DHC gets up to the right side up. And then spin. The wheel goes to Crafty. So close, Brian. See how many times you were on there. We had 71. I know you were on there more than one. Sometimes this wheel is a little bit bipolar. Yes, way, Crafty. While I'm getting some of these other ones out, I'm going to throw that up there in case if you see one that any of you guys won tonight are welcome to tell me if you see one. Got to get my box out. That's why I figured I'd throw that up there while we're doing it. Crafty Dragon one, Jimmy. Oh, I never mind. I see. I'm crazy. All right, so the ones that are not on my sheet, I have one Fear the Jackalope left. Let me just make sure that no one else has asked for one in any of these. Let's see. So give me a second while I check this. St. Gaudens with the Eagle Reverse. Okay. I just got to find them. Where is it? There we go. Number 22. Yeah, happy birthday. And that was for you, Crafty? Did I see? Nope, VMC. Okay. So VMC wanted the birthday cake. And Brian wanted one of my St. Gaudens with the eagle. Just a second, I'll open it back up while I do this. Okay. Just a second here. Argent says he'll leave it up to me. Okay. So right now I've got Brian and VMC that have chosen theirs. So Crafty, Alyssa, and Argent said, kind of surprise. If you change your mind, Argent, let me know. So the ones I have left are that weren't on that sheet. The Jackalope, Air Force, Aim High, Fly, Fight, Win. USS Constitution, Old Ironsides. COVID-19 2020 pandemic. I have a Lincoln with wheat on the front and a mint on the back. I have a buffalo front with a mint on the back. I have an Indian front with a buffalo on the back. Mark Dime front, mint on the back. I have an Indian front, mint on the back. I have an 1836. I have a 1907 Indian. No date Indian. I have a peace dollar, 1921. I have a no date. And then the other ones that are not in my thing, I've got that, and that. So everything else is in my sheet. So Crafty and Alyssa, if you see any one of those, let me know. I can, yeah, you're lucky to find them under $4. Crafty says Old Ironsides. It is a little bit not shiny. Kind of a tone, a little bit, not totally. All right. So, Alyssa, if you want, I can send you this sheet, and then you can always look at the other ones, replay it, whatever. Let's go to the dashboard. We have 33 people in. We're going to close it. End of stream. Kathy. Nice job. So Kathy, let me know if you saw one of those that you like. Please email me also and just let me know if you want to do it that way too. But yeah, and I can go through any of these if you want a closer look or anything like that. No, they haven't. People used to say I did a great impression of Chris Farley when he had the tie around his neck and he's like, "I can't breathe." I used to do that because I was kind of big and wore a tie, and yeah, I could make my face red and be crazy like that. So there you go. So again, if you want to see one up close or something, just let me know and I can do that. Send you the sheet. Not a problem. I know if you're like on a phone, it's hard to tag people, so sometimes that is a good way of doing it. That was Elissa. Make sure I attached the right one. Yep. There you go. I have sent that screenshot to you. I live in Utah. I live right on the border of Utah, Arizona. It's 3-4 miles from Arizona. So congratulations, all surprise Argent. Listen, Kathy, I'll wait to hear from you. I know Alyssa's already sent an email, but Kathy, send me one. I know I've got your address, but just in case if you chose one and I didn't see it. Is Roy still here? Roy, was that box hunt for a 5-ounce? Because it says next box, but in case if you're still here, I'll go through some of them. Oh. These are all ones that I have at least one of. Some of them I have multiples. I have the Natural Wonder series with the Amazon rainforest, Niagara Falls, Mount Everest, Sahara Desert, Great Barrier Reef, Grand Canyon. He's not a wonderful nature thing. The Headless Horseman, an astronaut, steampunk, I don't know why I do that, but the eyeball, an owl, yeah, I just wanted to see if the amount he sent was for a 5-ounce. Glow-in-the-dark spider, gremlin, or a gargoyle, glow-in-the-dark eyes, a kraken, does have a spot on the case or something, an alien with blue eyes, I have one of the eagle ones with the flag and then the eagle on the other side. I'll take it out and handle it. I have the Aztec calendar. I kept one of these for myself. I have the 3-ounce Naughty Pinup Witch. I have a UFO. I have a 3-ounce and To All a Good Night. I have Built Not Bought, Labor Day. Pour Some Gravy on Me, Feast Mode. And Pirate Mermaid. So these are the only 2 that are not 5-ounces. These are 3 I found out. This one says it. This one didn't. These were sold as 5-ounce, but oh well. No, these are for seeing if Roy was sending for one of those. And some of those I have many of. I think I have 17 gargoyles. I have like 6 Grand Canyons. I have pour some. Yeah, I know, that's why I always thought pour some gravy on me in the name of love. So he may have already left. I haven't seen him, at least. So I've got some quarters we can still do. My kids will be calling here in probably 10 15 minutes area, so you regulars know when they call, I just mute it. So good night, everybody that came. We had 20 new members. And that was thanks to Roy Hathaway. We had, let's see, $2, $4, $9, $10 in Super Chat. Well, $9.99. Someone used an iPhone. Because iPhones do the 99, not like the even amount. Yes, thank you. So we'll do some quarters for now, and like I said, my kids will call and I'll go on mute, but you guys, the regulars, know that. But for those that may not have been here before during that time, I know. Super close. I'm sure I could have dragged it out a little longer. And also thanks to William E. for the extra rounds for the duck race and the last man standing. Yeah, I figure it'll take a little bit of time for people to come in and not just come in like and hope that they can get the prize and leave, but you know, what can you do if they do? Yes, thank you, mods. Very, 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 very much. Number 16. Okay. Getting down to a few left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops. 70, I believe so. I think I hit 68 one night. And like I said, if anybody comes up on a 500 giveaway on one of your channels, if you do that and you go to make a video, let me know and I will throw in a round for you guys. Just to show appreciation for all you guys do for me. Alright, so I got your number 16 out and ready to go. And for only streaming since what, middle of September. So in 5 months, going from 500 hours of watch time, that's just from my 3, 4, 5, 6 minute videos, all the way up to almost 4,000 now. Because I'd always been doing the posting regular recap videos, but then I started doing the live streams. Part of it was when I said, okay, if I get to 500 subs, I'll can't remember what it was, but basically it was like I'll look at start doing live streams, and so I hit that, and then that was when I joined or found there was Queen streams, yeah. But when I hit after summer, when it completely blew up, and I had said if I got 1,000 subs, I would look at buying a computer so I could live stream. Because the laptop I had was from when I did my MBA, and that worked great. 12 years ago when I started. I graduated in 15 with my MBA. So, and I bought it before then. And it had 4 gigs of RAM. Like a 1.2 gig processor. Very, very, very slow. It was great for writing papers and things, but it was actually a gift to me when I was married. But I said I would start looking for one, and then I found a good deal on, it's actually one of those mini kind of computers, those little tiny ones, not the big tower computers. But 12 years ago, no silver, no war nickels. So far in this quarter box, no silver. I did find a couple silvers a couple boxes ago. And then I went into my bank and they said, "You're the coin guy. Tell me this is fake, isn't it?" And as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Nope."
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
All right.
Your
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so like I said, when I went in to the bank, they said, "You're the coin guy. This is fake, isn't it?" And I said, "Nope." I could tell right away it was a proof. And I'm like, "That looks silver." And then I saw the edge. Sure enough. And you can definitely tell silver, because that is what silver looks like in a roll. So it's not, perfect because it was in circulation. You can see scratches and stuff, but got that for face value. So 25 cents. And then a few boxes ago, I pulled that out of a roll. Super deep cameo. Just a regular one, not a silver. And then what foreign coins do I find? Usually Canadian, Balboas, which is Panama. Those are probably the two most common ones, are Canadian and Panamanian. Tonight we found a Panamanian nickel. Panama is equal dollar for dollar with the U.S. They pegged theirs to the system. I don't find many Mexican coins. I do once in a while, like in nickels, I'll find them sometimes, but not a ton. I find probably a lot more Balboas than I do Mexican, which is strange because you would think being close to Mexico we would get more, but no. So I would say my top foreign countries are Panama and Canada. Yeah, I saw the ones with the holes and I was like, oh man, those are like awesome. I have a bunch of Mexican coins that date back to the 1800s. Yeah, I pull out like the 65 for DDO and DDR, the 66 DDR, 66 or 68 Denver DDR, 69 Denver D over D, and D over rotated D. What I do is I have these cheat sheets on my channel page, and so it kind of gives you some of these that, some of these, all these I kind of know, but I always forget, like, is the 68 a Denver or is it 68 regular? Because like 65 and then 70 is only 70 Denvers, not regular. And then I have silver quarters on the back. And I have one like for nickels that show like the key and semi-key date and the mintages and varieties and things. I have all those on my channel website, including for they're free. You mean how much are these? They're free on my channel page. I will show you exactly where to find them. I need to update one of the things. So if you come here on my channel page, just YouTube at Dad Hunts Coins, and you come down here to the links, cheat sheets are right there. The coin and silver stack I have right there. The coin finds, I have that. So on that, you just click it and download. I would say save it as an Excel because Google Sheets kind of messes things up sometimes. But you can see down here I've got like half dollars, clad quarters, silver quarters, dimes, the nickels. I do have a Buffalo one. I just need to update the sheet with it. Pennies, I also have one with Indian that I need to update. and then wheat pennies, and then the coin fines. I need to update it with a few different things. Yeah, that's what I did. Is I have them laminated. You can see when I made it was in 25, and I've changed a little bit, but you can put down how many you find, like Wheaties, Indians, like for example, the nickels, dimes, quarters, halves, and I've changed it, like I said, a little bit, so I do need to update it, but I have it auto do, and then the other one I have is the coin stack, which I've also updated and need to do. But I have a silver page, so you can put just like your bullion. Like I have a 50 cal, and at the time you could see how much it cost me. Coins, through a couple examples in here. I have one that's got silver and coins all on one page. One with gold. These are just examples. And then the total values that count up, like all your silver, all your gold, retail value. This is how much 1 ounce. It automatically updates when you open it. And then like per gram and how much like a quarter, silver quarter's worth, that sort of thing. So that's all on my channel page right here. So if you go to the link, or go to my channel page, come here to the links. The top 3 are my sheets. Those are free. I don't charge for them. I know some people charge for them, but I don't, because I've kind of borrowed them up from other people. Yeah, they don't come laminated. I did print these. Like I printed the clad quarter with silver quarter on, two-sided, and then laminated it. I guess I could print them out and laminate them and then send them as something people could buy if they wanted, but I mean, yeah. Because like Rob has his mats. I saw that Holder said Rob Finds Treasure Fan used his mats to find rare dates and varieties. Does that show the 90s and 999 for the silver? It's all the old ones from like 32 up through 64. So these are all the 32 through 64, just regular silver quarters. And then it shows the key dates up here. And then, yeah, it just goes down to the 64. It even shows like type C, reverse tail feathers, misplaced, trumpet tail, heavy motto, things like that. Yeah, you're welcome, Cody. Yeah, I don't have any of the new ones just because you rarely find those in circulation, although you do. But you're more likely to come across old silver than new silver. Because to me, old silver people, I think they don't know what they have or grandpa had, and they're like, I just don't want this crap, and they dump it. It's like I was saying at the bank, the girls were like, hey, we got a guy that was asking about coin collection, and is there anybody that could look at it and stuff? And they said, we know a guy, and he said, can you give me his number? And they're like, no, we're not giving out a member's number, but we can give him yours. And so he said, okay. So he wanted someone that was going to be able to kind of look at it, give him an idea of, what it is. If he sold it, like what would be a good price. And I said, well, I'll tell him, I'll look through him and say, this isn't worth anything, Susan B. Anthony's and Eisenhower's, yeah, you can find errors and stuff on them, but basically they're face value for the most part. I said, but, you know, sometimes someone might have a bunch of old halves and quarters and stuff, and it's like those are silver and you can get at least, you know, so much. You're not going to get the full usually melt value for them at most places, like if you go to, say, a pawn shop or something, because of course they're in it to make some money too. So I know a lot of places will pay about, like if they're buying coins to turn around and sell them at like 80-85% usually. So if your coin's worth $100, they might give you, depending on what kind of coins and stuff they are, they might give you 80 or 85. If it's something they know they can turn around and flip immediately, they might give you $90 for it or something, but they're not going to give you $100 for a $100 coin. Usually they go off of the gray sheets. And if you go into place to sell it for like the melt, they're still going to buy it back from spot. So if spot is, you know, $80, they're not going to give you $80. They might give you 75 or something. And so it's one of those that I have always said to people, it's like, hey, if you ever have one or whatever, I'll look at it, tell you what I think it's worth, what I would buy it for. I was like, sometimes you might just want to get an idea of, is it worth holding on to, or, you know, if it's going to be worth $50 in coins, you know, because you have a handful of buffalo and Indian pennies, and, you know, they're only going to be worth $15 for all of them. You know, is it worth keeping on to them, or if you don't care about them, just get rid of them? But if you have $50 face of halves and quarters and dimes, and yeah, you might look at holding on to it. And I explained to him, because I texted him, and I explained, I said, I'm not an expert, I'm not a coin dealer. I said, I just have a small YouTube channel. I've been doing coins and currency for years, but I collect coins, I do errors, I have microscope and things like that. Hey, Hermit Camper. And I told him, you know, I may not be extremely knowledgeable on something, and I will just say I'm not sure, but we can look it up. And I've done that before, where someone was asking about something, I'm like, I honestly have no idea, and so I started looking up values. And that's the other thing, is people look up on eBay, and I saw one listed, it was it wasn't even like an error, it was like stupid, and they were trying to sell it for like $2,000. And so a lot of people will be like, yeah, but I saw it was listed for this. It's like, you can list a dog turd for $1,000. Doesn't mean it's going to be worth $1,000. The only way you can kind of accurately measure with YouTube is sold listings. Sold and completed. And even then, a lot of times you might have a best buy that it'll show it was an offer that you don't know what it was. But you can at least gauge off of the sold listings. It's like when I listed my 2025 Denver and $half and stuff, I looked at what they had sold for. Some of them had sold up to $1,500. But most of them sold within like a $850 to $1,200 range. So I listed mine, and then I took a best offer because the guy bought 4 of them. And so I was like, of course I'll take less money if I can get 4 all sold at once. Because I had no idea what to list them for. I know how much I would have to list them between, you know, enough to make fees and shipping. Because eBay takes 13.25%. And a lot of people don't realize that too. They'll be like, well, I can just sell it on eBay. It's like, okay, you're going to sell a $10 coin on eBay. They're going to take 13.25% plus a 40-cent listing fee, plus you've got to send it. And usually a lot of people don't want to pay shipping. And if they do, they're not going to pay $10 for a $10 coin plus $5 for shipping. So by the time you're done, you have to sell it for this. It's just like selling a box of halves. I could sell, I had one guy offer me, because I had some boxes 20 for 25 Denver halves, and the guy offered me, I think, $700. And of course, I automatically have it set so that if it's not within a certain range, it automatically says no, declines it. So then he tried it like $750, and then he tried like $770, and then he tried like $790, and then he tried like $820, and then $825, and he finally settled on my buy it now price. But he bought all four, so because I had the volume discount, so he got the buy it now price, but then got I think 15%. Because I had all four of them set for that, if you bought them at once. But it was like, dude, if I sold it for $700, by the time you take eBay fees, listing, shipping, everything, I'm losing money. It's like the minimum for me to make any money is like $750 or something. I figured it out, but I can't remember what it is right now. So, yeah, that's the one problem is I do buy stuff on eBay and sell stuff on eBay. Like all my, let's see, I've sold 1, 5, 9, I've sold 10 boxes of 2025 Denvers, $50. I now have a box of 2025 Phillies, which are actually a lower mintage, but they're not moving on eBay. So I dropped the price actually down and offered free shipping. And I sold 2 boxes of 2025 Denver nickels. But that's the only like coins and stuff I sold. I listed some 2024 Denver halves, but no one's wanted them, and I don't blame them. It was just like, yeah, I'll throw them up. The worst I can do is throw them back in the bank if they don't sell. I can delist them, and the worst it's doing is I'm losing 12.5 cents in interest a month. So right now I've got 2 boxes of 2024 Denvers, and I also have the option of buying 1 roll or 2 roll type thing, or 5 rolls at a time. And one person offered me, I think it was $15, and I was like, no. Just like when someone offered me enough to, like, they wanted all 4 boxes. I had put a listing, buy it now, and if you don't do buy it now, you're going to pay the shipping cost. And he came back and said, if I buy all 4 at this price, will you do it with free shipping? And I said, sure, because I was selling 4. So instead of selling 1 or whatever, I sold all 4. I refunded his $100 in shipping, and it was like, to me, it was worth taking, I think it was $50 less a box. So basically I dropped it $200 and gave him $100 in shipping free, but I sold all 4 boxes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold that fast. And I would rather have turned around and made, I think I made $300 something a box that way. Whereas if I would have held on to them, it would have taken me longer to sell. I was like, yeah, give me $3 something $100. The last one I had, I lowered it down. I had 4 boxes, and the guy bought all 4 once I finally lowered them. And I mean, I still made, after eBay fees and shipping, like $150 a box. So that's why I always tell people on my channel, it's like, if you guys want some of that kind of thing, you know, just let me know. I'll sell it to you for cheaper than eBay. Just like I have these. 1919, 1920, 82, 83, 92, 93, 23, 24, 25, 26, 41, 42, 68, 69, 58, 59, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, 86, 87, 88, 89, and then a 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5. I also have a complete pack of, you know, so if someone wanted a couple of consecutive 2s, I would just sell them to it for basically 2 plus whatever cost it is going to be for processing fees and shipping. So what's that? Say it's $4, it would be maybe $1 extra, so $5 or something. And then I have a consecutive unwrapped BEP pack of $2 bills. Hey, Hermit, put a exclamation me and I'll sub to your link. I guess I didn't see it when it popped up. But I have an undone, completely still wrapped, not marked pack of 2017 $2 bills, consecutive 100 of them. And it's like, you know, I'd sell them. Obviously, I want to make, you know, enough to cover my costs and shipping and maybe a couple bucks, but, you know, I'm not going to try to sell it for $400 or something. Oh, just throw your link in, because I always sub to anybody that does it. That's why I have the command. You can do exclamation ME, and it'll post your channel link for people to do. Yeah, that's where I got them, was from the bank, because they were like, I was like, do you want to sell them? And they're like, well, we're not holding them for anybody, so sure. And I was like, okay. Again, it was the worst I can do is thank you, EG. RVGTX at Hermit Camper. I am now subscribed to you. AG is in one of our mods. Awesome dude to help out. Just force his hand. Basically. Like, I mean, I've always said, anybody that wants a sub, I'll sub back. You know, some people are like, no, I don't do anything. You know, I don't want subs or anything. It's like, okay. But people that post some content and stuff, I'll sub. Even if I never really get around to watching a lot of the channels. I still sub because I know what it means to get the subs to enough to get to where you need to do something. I saw you were at 300 something. Because you stream in the mornings before I'm awake, and then you stream while I'm at work, and so, yeah. I don't get to watch a ton of it. I try to watch some of it after, like reruns and things. Sometimes I have a little bit of downtime and waiting for reports and stuff to run, so that's when I sometimes list like some eBay things, and like basically I go in, I already have them set up. Like if I picked up halves the night before at the bank, you know, that day, like maybe at lunch or something, I might go in and list them. All I have to do is just use the exact same listing and relist it. I checked to see if Coin Hunts Texas had any scheduled stream tonight, because I was going to pin his link to send people over like right after the regular part of the stream is done, or whatever, and then I didn't see anything, so otherwise I would have pinned it and said, hey, head on over there. And when it gets time for like a 500 sub announcement, AG, let me know. Because I will send one of my 5-ounce copper rounds. Because not only do you help me out a ton, but I try to help any of those type of things out, because I've had, like, for example, Garrett, you know, he sent me all those goodies to give away. Yeah, that's what I give away as my regular giveaways, are 1-ounce copper rounds. I also have 5-ounce copper rounds that I sell, or you can buy a 5-ounce copper round hunt, where you get a 5-ounce copper round plus all the fines and stuff in the box. I have a couple different levels of hunts, so, you know, some people may not want or be able to afford a $25 hunt or something. That's why I did the $15 No Frills, or $10 No Frills, where it's all the fines in the box. And nice. Night, Jimmy. Take care. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that's why I kind of thought, you know, the 75 likes during the regular part of the stream, because like right now there's 14 people. But if you say do it, I'll do it. Yeah, some of those I got one of, and I've never been able to get any more of, like that, what is it, the Memorial Day, the boot one? It's like got the flags in the boot or whatever. I've tried to pick up more, but either everybody wants way too much money or just can't find them. And so I know you picked it up, but I couldn't remember if it was Memorial Day, because I know I have a Labor Day. Yeah, I had one. I sent a actual box because there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 5-ounce rounds, a few coin searches, some 1-ounce giveaways. So it was literally a 5-pound box of copper. It was over a period of time. It wasn't like he sat down and just dumped all that at once, but that was over, got some hunts and then bought some copper and then said hold on to them and then bought, some more copper rounds and ended up getting the entire set of America's, or the Natural Wonders, except for one because he already had that. '66 DDR. Yeah, sometimes it's just growing. Like I'm sure a lot of those ones that I got in the summer when I jumped from about almost around 600 to 3,600, I'm sure a lot of those were just bots that go through and click on it. $50? Jeez. Well, if they like any of the other ones, I'll sell them any of my other ones too. I mean, I went through the ones I had tonight, but I do have a semi-sheet of rounds. Let's see if I can... This one. You see, I have this one that I sort of made up. You have the Natural Wonders. This is the back of all of them. And that's the front, the Grand Canyon, Great Barrier Reef, Niagara Falls, Everest, Sahara, the Gargoyle front and back, Spider front and back, Aztec front and back, Owl front and back, Time's Up, Grim Reaper front and back. I only, for some reason, had the front of this one, the Labor Day front and back, and then the Eagle flag front and back. So I don't, like I said, I don't have all of them on that one, but I do have quite a few. But I did. I kept saying I was going to, and I just never had time. I finally did that one day. updated my rounds. The ones in white I no longer have because those have now been, I only had like one of, and they've been taken. So that's my updated 1 through 34 minus 3 of them. Like the St. Gaudens 23 and 4, I put those on, a few things like that. So I was like, I'm getting more and more of these that I don't have, and I keep saying I'm going to do it. And if I go to send someone a thing, they want something, then it's going to be like, oh, sorry, I'm out of that one. Oh, sorry, I'm out of that one too. Oh, sorry, I'm out of that one. The last 2 boxes in a row, I had silver and a silver, and this box has had absolutely nothing. That's okay. I finally found my first silver quarter ever. That was a 64, of course. And then the next box was another 64, and it was a 1944. I might have had a W in the last box. I might have done 3 boxes since then, but yep, I just buy boxes of quarters and nickels, and I can't get pennies, but sometimes I get my halves. But usually they're ordering me halves and nickels, and then if they have extra quarters, they'll sell them to me, because quarters they do have businesses use a lot more than other ones, like nickels, because it's harder to go through that many nickels, whereas quarters get used all the time. Someone needs change for a laundry machine or whatever. Yeah, I can't do bank bags. The one bank that has a machine that does bank bags, the old school kind, they rewrap and roll themselves, except for the halves. They sold me the last box of halves, and it said that they took them years just to get enough to get that amount. It wasn't even a full bag. I've found W quarters, colorized quarters, plated quarters, proof quarters, foreign quarters. Finally found silver quarter, but let's see, on my quarters for this year, that is what I have. I have 2 90s, 2 W's, 2 proofs, 2 NIFCs, for a total of 8 out of 4 boxes. But usually I'm finding about either a proof or a quarter or NIFC on average. There we go. Don't know why that thing was missing, but Sweet. You want me to do the 75 like tonight? Like right now? Hey, Pa. What is a silver quarter? Started rehabbing Achilles tomorrow. No more boot, crutches, or knee scooter for now. That was wow. Well, that's always good. I'm going to save a quarter box. Usually I rip up the quarter boxes, but I'm going to save one just in case. Are you still planning on streaming Saturday? I told him at one point you said you might, depending on how things went. Said first 75 like stream. Maybe only half the bag, save the other half for the next stream when you hit 75. Okay. We also have a or whatever they say. I'll probably find some of mine and add some to it for the next stream or something too. Nice. Are you eligible? Yep. Ooh. Won't do all of them, but give a little bit of handful here. So, for example, one of them is a new penny from 1971. A 2003 1 rupee. How about a Canadian? About a 1 penny from 1989. Now, whoever wins, I'm putting that nickel, the buffalo nickel, in with all your fines. So. Yeah, I was worried that we wouldn't get it. It was a late night, but at least we got there. All right, so for all of these, including that buffalo nickel, You will also be eligible for a 1 ounce round. Let's come here. There we go. Exclamation, yeehaw! There's only 12 of you, it says, so you have about an 8% chance of winning. But everyone, hey, Indigenous, just in time for a giveaway. Giving away a little bag of foreign coins with a buffalo nickel and a 1 ounce copper round. We did hit 75 likes, but it was not in the regular stream, so we decided to do part of them tonight and the rest the next time. Hey, Janet. Oh, we're up to 14 people now, so I do a giveaway and we get 15 people. Do a giveaway and more people come in. Sweet. So, little bag of foreigns, a buffalo nickel somewhere inside these goodies. Right there. And a 1 ounce copper round. You can choose, or I can choose for you. And that reminds me, Argent said pick for him, so let's do a St. Gaudens with a US seal on the back. Because I've got 2 tubes of those things. Exclamation yeehaw. Sorry, exclamation GAW. I was being funny. What are we at? Almost exclamation GAW. Got 8 people in. So now you have a 12% chance of winning. Good luck. The winner of the little bag of foreign coins and a 1 ounce copper round is this person. William E. Well, won't cost me anything extra for shipping since I'm already sending you 3 different hunts. Sweet. So if you saw one of your rounds that you wanted, let me know, because you do get a copper round to include with that. How much in coins? I don't know. I can tell you how much in weight. Hopefully you can read upside down. 119.49 or 6H611. How about the St. Gaudens? All right. Well, you will now need to do a mail call video when you get it, so I can see what I could have won. We were actually talking about the other day with my mom or something about calculators, and I said that was back when we would put the calculator in school and turn it around and it would say boobies. There you go. And that's pretty simple because, like I said, I already have these going to you. And some other copper rounds that you had chosen. So now I have all these to send out now also. That was all from Monday and tonight. Sweet. Thank you, Indigenous. Much appreciated. That's 21 members tonight that have been donated. Roy Hathaway donated 20 at the very beginning of the night. And then we had some super chats. And all that YouTube doesn't take goes to support the channels, such as shipping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 copper rounds. I've never really looked or thought about it. I may have seen something about it once, but I'll have to think about it, because it's one of those things that I know that you can do that, but then I'm not sure if it starts falling into pay to play, because YouTube might consider that. So I'd have to look at exactly all the rules on it, but I know that they frown on having things where like you have to pay to be entered into things, and that I don't know if that would consider falling under that. There's all kinds of different rules around stuff like that, like in an Idaho rule, I guess, because B. Waller says that it has to be a game of skill, not like luck or chance or whatever it is. So that's why guessing is considered a game of skill, because you're more skilled at knowing what the year might be. I don't know if Utah has one. I've never looked into that, but yeah, I know they have separate like rules, like you can do stuff only for your members, but not Like it's like one of those you can do like a monthly giveaway for your members, but it has to be for all the members, not just one level or higher or anything. Yeah. So I could always do a members only stream. Maybe do a I don't know if it would have to be a yeah, I've got to look into that because, like I said, some of those rules they get kind of finicky about. Because it's open to everybody, but then it's you're giving people who have paid you money to be a member more chances. And I think that is where they frown on it. Hey, thank you. So I'll have to look at the rules and everything. And I know some channels do stuff and figure they'll do it until they get caught, and then you'll say, oops, my bad. But I'd rather not take that chance and get dinged and have them take away the monetization part, which means I then can't sell memberships or all that. So no, that's no problem. Just being here and watching is great. Really? They break rules knowingly? Sounds like politicians. It's trying to find its head. So like I said, I'll have to kind of check on something, because I had seen something where you can give like members or something extra, and it was like, I'm not quite sure how that goes around, because YouTube frowns on that. That's why you always have to post all those rules and stuff that say, you know, you have to be 18 or older, or without a parent's permission you can do it, or, you know, all that kind of crap. And this is a 66, so it's DDR. Gamble, you do exclamation and then like gamble all, or exclamation slots all, no space between the exclamation. And make sure you got some points here. Hermit, let me give you some. The other ones I think just kind of came in and left, but I like to kind of clear them out, so I give them 1,000,000 points just to be at the bottom of them so they don't clog me up. And you can do exclamation commands. It's just fun and game gambling. It doesn't win you anything except for points. So see how VMC put an exclamation gamble, or you can do exclamation slots. it's an exclamation, whatever game you're playing, and then the amount. So if you look at VMC and B Collector and those, that's how you want the games to look. Yeah, the point, some people do like redeem things. I haven't done any setup redeem stuff. So yeah, there's a few different games. You can exclamation gamble and then a space and the amount of points. Exclamation slots and then a space and the amount of points. But no space between the exclamation and whatever game you're choosing. I wonder if I can do it. Just out of curiosity. I don't know if it'll let me do it since I'm the owner. Hey, it did. And it says I have 2,106,700 points. I don't know how I gave myself points, but... maybe someone added some to me sometime. I don't know. I usually start people out with like 2 million, and then if they're in here a lot and they want more points, I add some more to them. A stock ticker? I don't know. The ticker at the bottom is one that I just made up. Streamlabs also has one if you tip. I have the ticker set up to show who tipped what amount, but it doesn't do the super chats. So tipping is separate than super chat. Streamlab only takes about 8.5%, whereas YouTube takes 30%. Hey, you got 3 V's. For V Nickel Victory. VMC. V-Dub. Yeah, the stream's still going. I'm just doing the microscopes of 1970 Denvers. And I always pull them all out at the beginning because then I can look for the D's in a minute. So 70 Denver is a DDO and DDR. See, that's the one I can never remember. Is it a 70 Denver or 70 regular? I know the 65 is a regular, like Philly. But the 70, I always forget if it's a D or not. Yeah, it sounds horrible saying they take 8.5%, but when Google takes 70% or 30% of all memberships and super chats and everything, yeah, just do like what AG and Garrett does, is just exclamation gamble, no space, And then, so exclamation gamble, space, and then all, or 100 or 1000 or whatever. Or you can do exclamation slots, and then a space, and then the amount, or all. So if you put a space in between the exclamation and the word gamble or slots, it will not work. Or you can do heist, like bee collector, exclamation heist, and then some people use points, but you have millions of points, so you can just do all. All does not use all of your points. There's a max amount, I think like 100,000 or something. So if you do all, the most it'll bet is like 100,000. So instead of typing in like 100,000, you can just do all and it'll put it max. And these are all the 65 Denvers. Yes, perfect. Perfect. Let's see if you win. You bet 1,000 and won 1,000. So basically you broke even. And it has different levels. Like on some slots, like if you get all chili peppers, you get a lot more points than if you get 3 pirate ships or something. No, you're good. We may jib and jab a little bit, but we're all family here. And that's basically what we call ourselves, as a coin community family thing. Hey, Sinister Grapes. So, stream's just about over, but what we do in the first part of the night, every Monday and Thursday, I stream at 5:30 Mountain, and I have a box of nickels, and I'll open up a roll. For example, these are quarters, but after the stream is, the regular part of the nickel stream is done, I usually open like some quarters or halves or something. But what I do is I go through and I'm looking at the date and the mint mark and stuff and what kind it is. So I'm looking for special things like these, looking for a die chip in the hat. And then on nickels, we're also looking for things like, I have this one out, it's a buffalo nickel. So we're looking for stuff like that. Or, you know, this is just a regular one, but it's a 75 Denver. It's a little bit high. I was just going to check it and see how high it has to be. I don't like the dollar coins because the Sacagaweas and Susan B's and those, when I put them through the coin machine, they count them as a quarter. And the tellers were like, really? And I'm like, I've tried about 6 different times. I've put, you know, a couple in. Every time, I've never once counted them as a dollar. I was like, and it's because it's the same size. Basically, the machine thinks it's a quarter. So I said, I refuse to search the dollar ones unless I have a way I can get rid of them without using a machine, and I don't. But yeah, normally what we do is we search a box of nickels for a subscriber that they pay for a box cent down here at the bottom. You can see like my info. But here coming up in a second, you'll see you have a $40 nickel hunt, you get a 5-ounce copper round. A $25 nickel hunt, you get 5 copper rounds or a guaranteed pack of coins. And then a $10, just whatever you find in the hunt. And like, these are the last 2 hunts that I did. It's for the same member. Tonight we found 3 from the 1940s, 7 from the 1950s, 5 from 2009s, and 1 2024 and a Furin. I don't know why I put the extra O in. And that was what we found tonight. The 09s and 24s is because they're lower mintage, so those are worth a little bit more. Yeah, I put F-oo-oo. I don't know why I put the X. I think I was putting that, and then I think my cha-ching went off, saying I had an email, and I forgot what I was doing, and I started typing it again. But, no, and then this one is, the other night we had 1 from 1939, we had 5 from the 40s, 3 from the 50s, 3 from 09, 1 2024, and I threw in an extra V-nickel as a semi-skunk. To me, there was no silver, there was no buffalo, there wasn't any semi or key dates, and it was, to me, kind of a dud box, even though you had some 09s and 2024s. You're a linguist? Yeah. So with the membership levels, the regular one is 99 cents. It's just get you the extra emojis that you have that you can use in chat, the extra emojis. The $2.99 gives you a DHC channel sticker. It's a heavy-duty vinyl kind, so it, like if you put on a cup or something, you can wash it without having to worry about fall off. So it's very, like, thick. And then the searcher, that's the searcher. And then the hunter, you get the sticker and a magnet. And it's weird that the magnets are a little brighter than the other ones, maybe because it's a vinyl, but anyway. The hunter level, Hermit, gives you both of these. So send me a email. Down here you'll see dadhuntscoins@gmail.com, and I will get these in the mail to you, because that's what you get as part of your first time hunter level. You get both of them, a sticker and magnet. So send me an email, just put your screen name and the regular name you want it sent to, and then whatever address, and then I will get both those sent. You're welcome, Sinister. Indigenous, send me an email also, and I'll send you a sticker. So I'm just writing this down to make sure I put Nope, you don't need to pay for any of it. I'm covering it all. I was gonna say you donated a couple extra bucks tonight, so I'm just gonna send them to you. So don't worry about it. Any of my giveaways, I don't require postage. The only time I require postage, hey, B-Waller, is if it's going like to Canada, or you're just buying something regular from me, not a giveaway or anything. And so it's one of those that if I'm giving it away, it costs you absolutely zero. And that's the way it should be. The only time I can see maybe having someone pay for postage is like if it's going outside the country and it's going to cost more. But I can send, like, for example, a couple copper rounds up to Canada for $2.50. I can put them in one envelope, send them, and it's $2.50. So I can send 2 in one envelope in the U.S. for $1.81, or 1 in the U.S. for $1.52. So if someone wins 2, yeah. We did hit the 75 likes, William E. It was just a semi-pack of those, just because it was the end of the stream. But still got the copper round. But yeah, both of you, Hermit and IT, please send me an email, like I said, with your channel name, screen name, whatever you want to call it, and then your regular name and the address where you want it sent to, and then I will send that out when I do my mailing. Thank you to Garrett for donating those extra prizes. Still need to hit the 100, and the 100 you get the good fun part of it. When we get to 100 likes the first stream, during regular stream, we'll give away a 1 ounce fine silver made in USA St. Gaudens with checkerboard. That's the first regular stream, not the late night stream, but a regular during the nickel stream. First time we hit 100. During the regular stream, when we hit 75, we'll give away the rest of these. Tonight we gave away just part of them because it was after the regular stream. But this bag of foreign and a buffalo nickel. And I'm also doing a 1 ounce copper round for the 75 regular like. So it's not just a bag of foreign, it'll be a bag of foreign, couldn't decide between that walking or a buffalo front one. Hey, either one. I had a bunch of 1 ounce copper bars that had, some had St. Gaudens at the top and some had a buffalo. And I think it was 74 Deeds bought all the rest that I had and had me send them to B. Waller for giveaways. So yeah, if you're out and about, any regular night during the stream, on a regular, like the first part, not this late part because most people aren't here now, but during the regular part of the stream, the first 75 likes gets that bag of foreign coins and a copper round, and the 100 like level gets that 1 ounce silver bar. So check out B. Waller. He does fun stuff. Probably coming up here soon. You'll probably be doing some racing, I'm guessing. I think I heard April when it starts. And then he also hunts coins and bills and does metal pours. It's a fun channel to watch. I know a lot of the people in here have watched him. So he's got some good content. Anybody else can throw up !ME, and that will give you your channel link that people can subscribe to. So if you are looking for subscribers, !ME. These ones I've got some consecutive, 1919 end and 1920. 82 and 83 and 92, 93, 23, 24, 25, 26. So I have all kinds of foreign currency and coins and you name it. That was just one of my latest pickups from the bank. Oh, let's see. Right now, William, your box is looking like this. I had the one ready to go, but then you said hold off because you're on vacation. And now I've got your dragon and the ones that you picked out, and you're the dragon. So that's all the stuff that you've been accumulating in the... You see fine copper rounds? Yes. These are some of what I give away when you win a copper round. Like number 1 is the front and back, number 2 is the front and back, like underneath it. The ones in white I am gone out of. And then along with those I have some that are not in any of the... Luckily I bought them all before copper went skyrocketing. But then I have other ones like Fear the Jackalope, Air Force, COVID, Lincoln, Buffalo rounds, Indian rounds, peace dollars, some non-dated seeded stuff. So those are some of the other things I have. But everything else I have on that list. That's the remaining that I don't have. Everything else is like in my tubes. And I just keep them in the tubes instead of putting them all in. Oh, nice. I like the Schloss Goldenhaus or whatever they're pronounced. Let's see, I've got Smoker, I've got KJ, I've got New Marshall, I got Mike Schleiz, I have 2 for David Kenham, PMC, Brian R, Crafty, Ulissa, Argent, some subscriber level stuff. So I don't know, I'll see. Need 11 more 1894 Indian head sent for full roll. My Indian heads are almost out of. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 left. And they're all 1877. Oh, you mean probably the Indian head cents, I'm guessing. I don't know if I have 1894s a lot of. Most of mine are like in the 1900s. That's rolls of V-nickels. That's Indian heads. That's Indian heads. Those are V nickels. So I can always go through them if you want. I touch them just by the sides. I don't ever touch the fronts. Otherwise, I'd be putting gloves on and off and on and off and on and off and on and off. So, I think you check. Okay. Yeah, so whenever I handle them, I only handle them like when I get them out of the tubes. I only handle them by the side. I know that some people, you know, will pull them out and go like this, and that just drives me crazy when they just hold them and fondle them. And so when I get them out of the tubes, I always just hold them straight by the edges, because I like to try to keep them kind of nice. Otherwise, you get things like this happen. That was totally mishandled and has been completely touched, and not super corroded tone type thing, but sometimes that's the way I get them. Yeah, he means the actual Indian head scent. After I had showed him the coppers, I was like, wait a minute, he's talking about the Indian head scent, not the Indian head scent copper. You're sensitive. I opened a tube and purposely foiling a fine copper round like a brown penny. Yeah, whenever I have any of my like nice stuff, like for example, my AU war nickels, or my BU wheat cents, I don't even usually try to handle them. When I get one out, I kind of shake it into the flip, and then if I need to, I just kind of nudge it a little bit to get it in the middle, but I don't even touch them that way. So on those little ones like that, the coppers are big enough that you can hold by the edge. But like the AU and the BU stuff, I just kind of shake one out, and if I need, like I said, just kind of poke it with my nail just to adjust it. It's just like sports cards and everything. You don't want to be touching them with regular hands. Usually you want to make sure they're very clean, hold them by the edges, that sort of thing. So I used to do baseball cards and football cards. Then I got into currency and coins. So, you know, if it's something like a tube of 20s, you know, I'm not worried about touching them by the edges or anything, unless it's like a super rare or something. Anyway, yeah, that's all the copper I have left. Probably about altogether maybe 200 to 250 coppers left. When I first started streaming, I had about 400, 450. So I've given away about 200 or so. Usually I do a 25, a 50 like, I have a wheel and an end of stream, so there's usually at least 4 I give away each stream. Plus, sometimes I do extras, like tonight William E. Donated a few extras for next hunt also. I started with silver. I didn't get into this kind of copper until I decided to start streaming, and I was like, what can I give away that no one else does? So I have two different kinds of Bitcoins. And so when I was kind of looking and came across some, it was a lot of copper rounds, like literally listed as a lot. And it was, I don't know, 80 something rounds. I was like, that's a good idea. And so I got it, and then I started accumulating more and more and more. And then I started getting some of these. Pirate Mermaid. Pour some gravy on me. Built Not Bought. UFO. Some of these I have multiples of, some of them I have one of. These are both only 3 ounces, I found out later. These don't have anything saying 5 ounce or anything. And it turned out that they were 3 ounce, but oh well. So, to all a good night. Then I have the Eagle flag one. Aztec calendar. Alien with glow eyes. A Kraken with glow eyes. A gargoyle with glow eyes. A spider with a glow body. An owl. An eyeball. Still don't know why I always do that, but I always do. Steampunk. Spaceman. Headless Horseman. These are the Natural Wonder series, Grand Canyon. All the backs are the same. Great Barrier Reef. Sahara. Mount Everest. Niagara Falls, and Amazon. These are all just the one that I have. I have, like, for example, this I probably have 7 of. I have about 17 of those. Some of them I only have 1 of. Some of them, like this, I have probably 6 of. Yeah, I've had some that I've sold out of, that I've only ever gotten 1 of, like the Phoenix. See, these are all my duplicate ones. There's a few that came without holders. I love the Aztec calendar. So that's my box of the ones that have more than one. Yes, I got carried away. I do like platinum. I like platinum better than gold. Like on And all those bars I sell, they range usually, most of them are in the $16 to $18 list. The majority are 16. The Aztec 17. Most of the rest are 18 and some 19s. They only have a handful that go into the 20s. So the majority out of all those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 are under $20 each. And those are the ones that when you see the bottom scrolling that says $40, those are the 5-ounce rounds that you get to choose from. It depends on how much you can get and where you're selling them. If you sell them on eBay, don't forget they take a 13.25% fee plus 40 cents for listing it, and then whatever it costs to ship. And usually the flat rate is going to be your best bet if you're shipping the boxes like coins. I know when I sold my nickels, I put 2 boxes of nickels in a top load medium, and that was, I don't know, 20, whatever the flat rate medium is. And all my halves I've sold, you just have to be careful of what you're listing them for, how much your fees are going to be, any shipping, and then the cost of the coins. And then you have to go, is it worth your time? If you're going to make $5 a box, I'd say just open them and go through them. On my halves, the ones, my 2025 halves that I've sold so far, you know, if I'm making $150 a box, to me that's a lot cheaper than ripping them open and taking them back to the bank. Are you talking like full boxes of penny rolls or just like a handful? Because sometimes you can see, you know, sell like 5 rolls or something for, you know, $2.50 a roll or something. It can be worth it because you can send them in a ground advantaged or whatever they're called. $2, yeah. I was gonna say if it's like 2.50 or something, and you're selling like 5 or 10 at a time, you just want to be careful. But yeah, I mean, if you're selling a roll for $2 and then you're gonna have to pay for shipping, and the person's gonna have to buy, you know, pay, you know, $8 or something just for you to make $1 or $2. That's, and plus you have to package it and you have to send it. That's not really worth it. But if they're buying 10 rolls, then, you know, it's not going to be too much more to send all 10 at once, and you can just put them all together and, you know, package them well, and then you're only spending the one amount for shipping and the cost of the pennies, and then the 13.25% plus 40 cents for eBay. Like on my 2024 halves, I have some listed. I'm not planning on having them sell, because for a roll it would be like $25 for a roll. By the time you count in eBay fees, shipping, the cost of the roll would, you know, $10. I'd make $2 or $3 a roll. I have some that I can do 5. He is in Idaho. But the way I've always sold mine, like all my 2025 Denver boxes that I've sold, I had 1 and 4, which is 5, and 4, which is 9, and 1, which is, I've sold 10 rolls of, or 10 boxes of 2025 Denver halves. The last set of 2025 Denvers, I sold them for about $150 less per box just to get them sold. The other ones I was selling for about $1,050 or so. This last set, I was only able to sell them for about $875 a box. Still made, $600 on 5 boxes, but that's after fees and everything. But I've got a box of 2025 Philly this time. Never have I gotten Phillies. When I was getting all my 2024 Denvers, 26 boxes straight, Denver. This last year when I got 10 or 15 boxes straight, Denver. This year, all my last year 2025 Denvers, last pickup, a week and a half ago, I got a box of Philly. Phillies have a lower mintage and I cannot sell them. So I dropped the price down and offered free shipping. And if it sells like as a best offer, even if they offer me less than what I listed it for, I'd still make about $150 a box. So it looks great when your sales say $10,000, but when that's 10 boxes of halves, right there, 5,000 is already out the window just for the boxes. And then another, I think all 10 boxes, I can't remember how much, but quite a few $100 in shipping. And then altogether, I think I made the first 9 boxes I made, or the first 5 boxes I made about $300 or so a box. The next 4 I made about $275 a box. And then the last box I sold, actually it was 4 boxes I sold, I made about $150 a box. So they've been selling for less and less. In November I was getting $1,150 a box. Now I'm getting $875. I think everybody's waiting for the 26, and if I can get 26, I can make probably a killing on it. But with those 2025s, I was like, I'm going to try to sell them. I've never gotten 25s before. So I looked what they were selling for. Okay. Listed them, sold them. So, yeah, I myself like, like on jewelry, let's say, not just collecting, but jewelry, I like silver and platinum. I don't like gold. You will not catch me wearing white or gold. If it's white gold, maybe. No, I think that they were changing it. From my understanding, like every single thing is being redesigned this year. Yeah, well, that's part of me. Is my education and stuff is in economics and business administration, MBA. But I've always been a numbers guy. Like, I have insomnia horribly. I can take multiple different kinds of sleeping pills together, and it still doesn't do much. But what finally gets my mind to start slowing down a little bit is doing mental calculations in my head. Like literally taking, okay, if, like, say when the lottery was $1 billion or whatever. Here's what you get after cash, lump sum. Now, if you take that, you're going to have to pay X amount of taxes. But if you only pay the 24% taxes and you invest the other 13% that you're going to have to pay because it's 37% taxes overall, you take that 13%, you invest it. If you're making 15% return like I do average on my mutual funds and retirement accounts, then you'll end up with this dollar. Now, if you take that, you're going to have to pay capital gains on that amount when you go to pay, if you say you sell it to pay those taxes. So I, would do all that kind of stuff and say, okay, so I paid the 24, I still owe the 13. Now I've made 15% on that 13. Now I'm going to take it off of that 13, but I have to pay the capital gains on that. Then it drops it down to this, but I've still made this amount to cover part of this amount. Yeah. You have the solution to my sleep problem? My problem is I've been insomniac like forever. But that's what actually gets my mind to start kind of relaxing, is doing those kind of mental calculations in my head. And I may not be exactly on. I might go, okay, that's going to be a roughly, X dollars, not down to the penny, but, it's roughly this. We'll just call it this. And that is what actually makes my mind slow down. Of course, I was one that when I was but I work in a hospital and they drug test. That's why even like gummies and stuff probably wouldn't be able to get away with either. But yeah, that's my mind is always running 100% constantly. Even if I've taken, like I said, sleeping pills, I can take double the amount. I'm not worrying about anything. It's just my mind is always constantly running. And so the only way to get it slowed down is start making it work the way that I think, which is calculations and percentages and returns and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I do spreadsheets for fun. Like the one that I use to track all my giveaways and all my sales and all my members and everything. I mean, I do spreadsheets and have them linked to other sheets and have things automatically update because that's what I like. So I'm weird. I know. I'm one of those, I actually got to the point where I don't even worry about things anymore. It's like, well, if that happens, it happens. I'll just figure it out. And too many people do worry about things. Oh, what if? So yeah, I've taken all kinds of stuff, the Lunestas and Ambiens and, melatonins and all that. And I can take, see you, William. I know I'm kind of just blowing off steam or blowing off energy, but I've tried it. It's one of those things like caffeine doesn't do anything. A lot of the stuff that's stimulating to most people doesn't do anything to me. I've tried, like I said, an Ambien, it doesn't work. I've tried like a Lunesta and it doesn't work. I've tried a whatever and it doesn't work. I have found if I take this new medication that's out, it's kind of expensive, but sting you later. I find if I take that mixed with a Ambien, mixed with a melatonin, mixed with it's not diphenhydramine, it's some other sleep aid. All of those combined actually work together to get me to go to sleep. But it still takes like 3 hours. And I've tried everything from listening to white noise, the different color noises, sitting there just thinking. And that's part of my problem. I've tried reading books. I've tried listening to music. Yeah, I can take all those, and I've taken those before, and then I get called when I'm not on call, but they've called me before, and I'm instantly awake. I don't get groggy. I don't have any of that. I have tried all kinds of stuff, and I am just weird. I've always been that way. I've always been totally weird. Yeah, I used to try that also, and that didn't do anything, and I tried that mixed with stuff. My body is weird. Like when I went in, I had a pinched nerve. I went in, I left town, I had 15 of oxycodone. An hour and a half, got to the hospital because I live rural. They gave me 2 rounds of Dilaudid, and then I walked out of the hospital, and I was not slurring, wasn't stumbling, wasn't anything. I don't get high like off of pills, narcotics. I've never been that way, so I'd be a horrible drug addict. But that's just me. I've tried natural stuff. I've tried pharmaceuticals. I've tried mixes. I've tried, like I said, the noise, the white noise, the green, blue, brown, all those different noises. Listening to waterfalls and all the different things they've said. I've done sleep studies. I've done, you name it. Yep. Good luck. I've never been normal. So, yeah. That's why I partly do this, is kind of relaxes me. But I'm never normal. You're welcome. Kept meaning to do that and kind of forgot. We'll see you, Hermit. Like I said, make sure you send me an email if you haven't with your address and stuff, and I'll get you those stickers and things. Yeah, I think I've tried that. I've tried the majority of the pharmaceuticals. There's a few I haven't tried because they're not covered by insurance. They're not covered by any of those discount cards, and they're like $600. I am trying one called okay. Dayvigo is one. I can't remember what the other one is, but I'm trying the Qvivic, and the Qvivic is like $600 something a month, but I can get it for $135. The other ones are $600 or so, and the cheapest I can find them is $450. So I'm trying the Qvivic. I'm mixing that with the Zopiclone and the melatonin and whatever the other one that's not diphenhydramine, but it's the other one that can make you drowsy. And those combined actually work in about 2 hours time instead of 5 hours with multiple doses of things. So anyway, it's getting that time. I'm going to finish up. I know for me, when I start yawning, that's when I know, hey, I'm finally getting a little tired. We'll see you Monday. Hopefully we'll get to 100 that night. And I appreciate all your guys' support. And we will call it a night. Thanks, and we will see you later. Good night.